Good morning. Welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for Wednesday, July 8, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order. We do have an agenda in front of us. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. There's a couple of emergent items we were looking at. Who had those?
D12 and E6.
D12?
And E6.
So D12, that is on by Director Hemingway. So Director Hemingway, can you speak to the emergent nature of D12?
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask council to consider allowing this item to come before you today, as it's our last council day before the August 26th meeting. And if council were to be able to provide the motion I'm requesting, it would be quite meaningful for us with respect to awarding a contract in or beginning of August, late July. So the timing of the awarding of contract does dictate that I would like council to consider this decision today. If without that ability, we are going to have to consider awarding the contract in the fall, and that pushes our timing off quite badly.
Okay, would anybody like to give Deputy Revol? Go ahead.
I would make a motion to bring this on as an emergent item as item D12.
Okay, we have that motion from Deputy Revol for adding of emergent D12. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? That motion carries. And then also E6, I believe Director Hemingway, emergent nature of this.
Thank you. This is in a subdivision item. We're looking for a decision on a subdivision now where council refused the land use application. If council does not allow for this to act as an emergent item today, then the application will receive what's called a deemed refusal. So there's no reason for refusing the subdivision other than it wasn't dealt with in time. That really limits our ability to argue the appeal should it go to the appeal.
Okay. So would you like to give me a motion to add E6 as an emergent item today from Councillor Estes?
Thank you.
All in favor? And that motion carries. So with that, we have our overall agenda. So we have the main one, we have the two emergent items, and we have that add-on piece that kind of missed due to technical difficulties. So I'd like for a motion to approve that all as an agenda for today. From Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our round table to start. Councillor McHugh, do you have anything for our departments this morning?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. I'm going to not provide any comments this morning. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. And I have nothing from Division 2.
Hate to break the speed. I did have for Public Works 2562 Drive East. I've had a number of four complaints, I guess, on that road. I guess we're redoing it. The story is it's a poorer job when we're done than it was before they started, and there's concern that the residents are being told that we're trying something new and we don't really know whether it's going to work or not. So just wondering if you can highlight for us what's happening there, what should we expect?
Okay, good morning, council. So through the chair to the floor. So on that road, we are actually maintaining a couple of spots on the MRO. They aren't doing the whole road as a whole stretch. Some of it's still in good shape. So there was a couple of spots from the winter and the spring that were soft, breaking up. So we're repairing that. As for trying something new, we aren't trying anything new, but we are using oil from a different supplier. It has worked in the past. It just takes a little bit of adjustment to make it work. They're actually using gravel to mix with. Sometimes the gravel, it doesn't bind as well a little bit. So most of it is going to work out, but you will get a bit of loose, little bit of material that will roll off. And the road will still have a complete surface afterwards. So it's a bit of a process while the road cures with the traffic, the weather, the sun. Of course, also the last month, it's been a bit of an adjustment and a struggle. We've had to redo a couple of stretches because of the rain and the water. So it can infiltrate while the crew's doing the work, and we'll have to redo that. So if there's any more questions, feel free to ask.
Okay, I think that explains it very well. Thank you. Appreciate that. That was all I had. So we'll go to Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Good morning. First of all, thank you to Public Works, Ag Services, Community Services regarding organizing the mowing for the Pritis MR, which was in advance of the Pritis Stampede Breakfast. So thank you for that. We had 650 attendees, so it was a very well-received and exciting event there. We had all kinds of participants. We had a market and a wonderful breakfast. So thank you to all the volunteers who were part of that as well. And also for the water truck, which was at the races. And thanks to everybody for all those efforts. I do have a list for Public Works, but I think rather than bring them up here, I'll just pull that off to the side and ask you for updates on those various things when I have a chance. So that's everything for now. And just the weather report from Pritis was a lot of rain and some serious hail on Sunday afternoon. Just make sure we were all tested on whether we keep our crops or not. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. A couple of things for Public Works. Since Mr. McHugh won't ask the question, I will. The stop sign on 32nd Street is still up. We passed that bylaw about at least 2 weeks ago, so I'm just wondering, is there a time when that's coming down?
Through the chair to the floor, we'll get that looked after.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And also, Mr. Kruger, the dirt haul on 549, I'm getting multiple complaints now. People are just so tired of this truck traffic. When I looked at it yesterday, it looks like they're encroaching onto what they did last year. So I'm assuming they're either finishing up or I'm not sure what they're doing. So what I'm looking for is if we can have somebody find out where we're at with that and how much more abuse we should be taking.
For sure, we can do that. Hopefully they're just tying in and they're done soon, but we can
That's
do that.
kind of what it looked
Yeah.
like, but they're almost into I saw a grader and a cat and they're literally into the crop that they sowed this spring. So, and one more thing for Mr. Cornelson. So I put in a couple of requests to Bree a couple of weeks ago for identified a couple spots for black henbane in the Dwinton area right by the grader shed. And I went by it yesterday and one of the parcels has been mowed and taken care of and the other one hasn't, and now they got cows in it, so it's been tromped and stomped, but I'm assuming it's going to spread some seed around. So what do? We contact the landowner and give them an opportunity to handle it themselves, and then do we step in after that?
Through the chair to council. Yeah, if you give me the area where that black henbane was, we can work with the landowner to take care of it.
Okay, it's just straight south of the grader shed in Dwinton.
And
First little farmstead on the east side of 16th Street. They just put cows in there on the weekend, so that it's been stomped and tromped but it's still there. And then the other one was north of the grader shed on the west side of 16th Street, and it's somebody went in there and mowed it.
Yeah.
So it's been taken care of. So
yeah, we can for sure work with the landowners on that.
appreciate that. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Foothills County. Just to follow up with Public Works through the chair. Last council meeting, I talked about 72nd Street East and 218th Avenue East. But there was some holes in the MRO. Did you guys get a chance to look at that?
Yeah, through the chair to the floor. We do have the request up on C-Click Fix. They're going to make their way there, so hopefully by next week.
Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I imagine you guys are pretty busy, so thank you very much for that. And that's all I have.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few weeks ago, I had mentioned a big pothole at the southwest corner of 552 and 549, and it has been fixed. So, nobody's going to lose their car in there anymore. So that's good. Thank you. If that was you that did it. And yeah, I have not called 511 yet about the 549 and now the 762 MAJ project. But
I will be really watching that vigilantly because obviously they have torn it up and they've, I'm just really hoping that they will address that when the time comes and when they're done to, address the kind of the mess and hazards that they've kind of made. But other than that, that's all I have to report.
Okay, and then we'll go to our department, starting with you, Mr. Manager McLean. Any updates you have for us?
Okay, good morning. Through the chair to the floor. No big updates. I'm just kind of hoping that summer has officially kicked off here and the weather's improved. Last week we did have some localized flooding with the Sheep River and the 3 Point. One of our roads, the water was going over. We were able to pump overnight. The road's intact and we saved that. We just have a few little repairs to do. But yeah, hopefully we can just continue on and things will get a little bit more normal here with our road maintenance. So thank you.
Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no updates in open today. Thank you.
Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, County. Good morning, Foothills County. So we just recently had our new light equipment operator start this week on Monday. He came over from the other side of the highway from Public Works, so we're pretty happy about him. He'll be mowing grass for us. Got some numbers back for private brushing work, and so I'll be presenting that at the end of August. Received our first shipment of strychnine. So far, we have sold 275 of the 480 bottles in the first shipment and to about 25 farmers. Heard some reports back that people aren't interested because of its lateness or they're not interested because of the increased rules. Went to the Bank of Montreal Farm Family Wards on Monday and met Bernie and Darlene McWilliam from Dinton area. And I thought that was interesting. I brought this along if anybody's interested to see who all the winners were from the different counties and MDs. And I have one agenda item on coming up on alternate land use services. Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll get to that shortly. Manager Porter.
Morning, Council. Just a couple things this morning. One, I'm sure you're aware that we had an airplane crash on Friday at the Foothills Regional Airport. It was a mechanical failure on the aircraft, so nothing to do with the airport and any of the services we provide. Also, the provincial stockpile has been extremely busy, probably our busiest year, and that to date. We've been shipping stuff to northern Alberta and that in regards to the overland flooding situation that they're facing up there at numerous communities and that sort of thing. And then also, I just wanted to bring to council's attention, hopefully in the fall, we'll be bringing in front of council a proposal to pave the main runway at the Foothills Regional Airport and do crack repairs and base repairs at the airport and the taxiways. And looking at a ballpark figure of about 1.5 million to do that. So we'll be looking to access provincial funding if council approves through the STIP program, specifically through the community airport program for portion of those funds. So, and that's all I had this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Porter. Just STIP funding, is that 75-25 or what's the cost split on STIP for airports?
I believe it's 75, it's either 70 or sorry, and that 75-25 or 70-30. I just can't remember which ratio.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in there.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go to Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update for you. Effective this week, Enforcement Services now has a 24-hour complaint line. The complaint line number now goes through to Foothills 911 dispatch, who will take the complaint and forward it directly down to an officer on duty. So we're hoping that'll be a better service. So now whenever anybody calls the line, somebody will answer and take the call. If an officer is not on, the call will be held until the first officer is on, and it will be assigned to them to take care of. We also have a new administrative number, so if anybody has any questions, they can just reach out and contact the office directly. We will be doing some social media and some announcements and changing the website so that all that information is out there. Thank you.
Councillor Alger, I think, has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that's our 603-6300 number.
Yes, 6,300 now goes to Foothills 911 dispatch, who takes the call and forwards it to an officer.
And it'll still just be like the 8 to 4 will still be our normal girls that answer the phone kind of thing.
So through the chair, the administrative number will go through to the ladies that answer the phone to answer any questions. And if those questions happen to turn into complaints, they can still forward them out to the officers.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. For those of you that don't have anything on the agenda, thank you very much for coming in and hope you have a good rest of your day. With that, let's proceed with the specific items on our agenda. Let's go to B1, Alternative Land Use Services. Alice, page 4 of our agenda. We'll come back to you, Manager Cornelson.
Sure. Thank you very much. So this was something that was brought up at our recent Ag Service Board meetings. We've met with Alice representatives, Christine Campbell, and at the January 8th meeting, it was recommended that, Ag Services enter into a relationship with Alice to try to start the program here in Foothills County. And so just a few little things about it. After talking to Christine Campbell, she felt this was a good area. She's had some interest from businesses who are willing to support Alice. And seeing as we sort of have a position that we could kind of, move between 25 to 50% of their time towards it, it seems to work well with what we want to do, or our capacity. Accounting in the county has been made aware of this. It's kind of one of those things that the money comes in and goes out to different landowners who are doing environmental stewardship programming. So just a little thing about it, it's the county's, from what I understand, the county's input in this, there's a $5,000 membership fee every year that we pay to Alice, and which is waived in the first year, just as we start the program, as we get it going. And then as it progresses, I mean, we make this as big or as small as we want it to. And so if you look at the last page, there is kind of an idea, a very conservative idea of what we could see with funding. So the indirect county funding there, that's all has to do with our Ag Services Coordinator position, and what we're paying for office space and printing space and stuff like that. So that's the indirect cost from the county, which we kind of incur anyway at this point. And then you can see the other numbers as they can increase a lot there over time, where we're working with producers who come to us with different ideas of how to say, I don't know, make just make their operation more environmentally friendly, I suppose. And there's money to do that. That all comes from different businesses within Foothills County who want to, be environmentally friendly themselves. And so that's the Alice portion there in that 3-year plan. And the other portion is a different fundraising, different groups give money to this sort of stuff. And then some of that is also when a farmer does a project, then they do provide their own time and effort into it as well. So they do provide some of that as well, but most of the money is coming from Alice. So anyway, the Ag Service Board is pretty excited about it, and they want us to just recommend, I guess, so Alice sees our buy-in, and then Alice would then in turn say, yeah, we want to do this, have this program with you guys. And so it would start kind of in the spring of this coming year, 2027. I think the first thing you do is you get together a PAC, it's called, or just a group of people who are interested in the county to kind of direct which programs to take on and which programs not to. But yeah, I'm sort of hoping that, our new guy, Ben Hoyland, will really take this. But it does seem like a very interesting option for Foothills County. And it's definitely not a new thing for counties to work with Alice. That's for sure. There's very many in the province that do already. And you can kind of fine tune that to how many programs you want to actually take on and not. So Yeah, I guess one thing too, if we can also opt out at any moment during, we have to give them a year, I think. We can opt out at any time too if we feel that we don't have the capacity or we're spending too much money or something, we can opt out too. So that's also something that they told us. But yeah, I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. I'll maybe just add a few comments from my perspective on the ASB. I guess we've heard from presentations from Alice, I believe it was twice now already, maybe even 3 times, as we've looked down this road. And the first time or two, there was the feeling that we just weren't in a position where we were ready to take advantage of Alice at the time. So I think with hiring this new coordinator, I think the time is perhaps right, and we have the resources available. I think at this point in time, I have talked to a number of other municipalities that do have an Alice program, and everybody always speaks very highly of it, and they really appreciative of it. The fact that we have residents who have reached out, wanting to do something with Alice, I think is an indication of the need and the desire in the municipality. I think going forward, if we do this, I think communicating with residents what's available and how to access it early on would be very important, because these all take time. And so whether that's, social media or perhaps in our next newsletter, that sort of thing, just to get word out there so that things can get happening. So that would be a good thing. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I read through this program online and had a look at all the different aspects of it and everything, and was quite impressed. So when you're ready, I would give you the motion to authorize Foothills County to start the process to establish an Alice program in Foothills County. Thanks.
Okay, we will take that motion. Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I agree with the comments that this is going to be a good program for us. I'm just concerned about the amount of staff time. So I didn't realize that this was going to be what you're seeing in the report here is a half of full-time positions. So you're thinking Mr. Hoyland's the guy that's going to lead this. So because I'm seeing rural conservation advisor, and then I'm seeing ag service coordinator. I've got Mr. Hoyland down as a weed and pest inspector, but he's the rural conservation advisor, is he not?
Yeah, so good catch there. So the rural conservation advisor there should be ag service coordinator position there. Yeah, further up in the discussion, but yeah, like that's he already is filling a role there, weed inspecting and spraying, and so the idea is that that portion would be would take precedence over the Alice portion. And so then that's the 25 to 50% of his time would be spent doing it with the Alice. So,
So he'd be more busy with this in the winter months kind of thing.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to knock on to Councillor Alder's comments. So we're basically looking at a half a position, and then so through to just administer this program, and through the chair to manager Cornelius. And the other aspect is getting I believe it's the PAC committee set up, is it not? Could you just speak to what's involved with the PAC committee? This is just a knock-on question to Councillor Algers and the requirements for filling the requirements for this. And this PAC committee is another aspect, and definitely going to need quite a bit of buy-in from the community at large to make this work. Thanks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's very true. There, like that's the kind of the first job that that Ben would have to kind of do, is he would have to come up with a group of caring individuals from Foothills County who would want to go through the applications and decide which applications we would take on and which ones we wouldn't. And so, yeah, that will be part of, that'd be a big portion of it. And so, and then they would have to decide how often they would meet. And then there's per diems paid to the people who are coming to these meetings, which I've been told are kind of all covered through Alice eventually. So.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, our fight with acronyms just goes on. So I just think, you know, if we called it ALICE, ALICE, it would be, you know, it would might attract some female, you know, participation, which would be really healthy. No, I'm kidding, but Alice, it's got a kind of a nice ring to it because it's confusing. Alice. So if you can swing it to call it Alice, ALICE, I think it would gain a lot more traction, just saying. Because all these acronyms drive me crazy, especially when they're not phonetically correct like this one.
I won't promise anything there, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have the motion from Councillor Estes to authorize Foothills County to start the process of establishing an ALICE program. I don't see anything further. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to B2, request for road closure, page 8 of our agenda. We have Alex Marshall is taking this as opposed to what is written on our paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. Today, I'm presenting a request for approval of a temporary road closure on Tournament Lane Southwest, which is on the west side of Spruce Meadows, to support the safe operation of the Global Fest event being hosted at Spruce Meadows from August 27th to August 30th, 2026, during the hours of 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Global Fest is a long-established international multicultural festival and pyro-musical fireworks competition that has operated in the Calgary region for more than 2 decades. Following many successful years at Elliston Park in Calgary, the event has relocated this year to Spruce Meadows. The event is expected to attract approximately 15,000 attendees per day. The purpose of the requested road closure is to support public safety. The event includes nightly professional fireworks displays and drone shows, resulting in significant pedestrian activity and the establishment of controlled safety zones associated with the fireworks operations. Restricting access to Tournament Lane Southwest during the identified period will reduce potential conflicts between vehicles and pedestrians, support traffic management operations, and assist emergency responders should an incident occur. As Tournament Lane is a Foothills County roadway, council approval is required before the closure can occur. Fire administration has reviewed the request and identified several operational requirements that must be met before this event proceeds. First and most important consideration is emergency access. Fire services, EMS, RCMP, and any other responding agencies must have unrestricted access throughout the duration of the event. Spruce Meadows has committed to maintaining emergency access at all times and has indicated that emergency response agencies will be included in the final operational planning process. The second consideration is traffic management. Event organizers will be responsible for all traffic control measures, including signage, barricades, staffing, roadblocks, and public notification. These measures will be implemented at the organizer's expense and coordinated with county administration and responding agencies as required. The third consideration involves regulatory approvals. Organizers will be required to obtain all necessary permits and approvals associated with the fireworks displays and event operations before the event can take place. In addition, a comprehensive emergency response plan must be submitted and approved prior to the event. This plan will address emergency procedures, responder coordination, evacuation considerations, communication protocols, and overall event safety. From a financial perspective, there is no anticipated direct cost to Foothills County. The event organizers will be responsible for all costs associated with the traffic management plan, staffing requirements, traffic control devices, barricade signage, and event operations. There are 2 motions included in the presentation package for council's consideration. One is that council approve the temporary closure of Tournament Lane from August 27th to 30th between 8 p.m. and 11 p.m. daily. with following conditions: that the closure be limited to the dates and times, emergency access be maintained at all times, all signage is done at the organizer's expense, all required permits be obtained prior to the event, an ERP must be submitted and approved prior to the event, and administration be authorized to finalize operational requirements in consultation with relevant agencies as needed. Or motion 2, that council deny the request and or require revised event operations. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you and try to answer any questions they have.
Thank you very much. And we'll go to council for any comments, questions you may have. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, this is in my area. You can see by the maps on page 12 and 13 of our agenda that this event is taking place basically on the west side of Spruce Meadows, which we're typically not used to seeing any action over there, but that's the reason for closing tournament lane. Chief Marshal, was there any talk of the country residential residents that are on the south end of Tournament Lane as far as their access in and out? I did look on maps last night and I could see if they need to come in and out, they could go on the south end through Spruce Meadows to access 64th Street or Spruce Meadows Way. But I didn't see anything kind of in the letter.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Alger. So we did talk about that in a meeting we've had with Spruce Meadows. Those residents will be allowed through the traffic control that is set up. And there is another way on the south side of the property for them to come through Spruce Meadows and kind of access it. There was about 3 or 4 properties there from what we could see, and it looks like they're all tied to Spruce Meadows family.
Yeah.
So they're very well aware of the event and will be able to get through the property as well.
Yeah, thank you for that. I am aware that Spruce Meadows owns most of those country residential parcels. I've been to Global Fest at Elliston Park, and it's a big event. And when I first heard that this was coming to Spruce Meadows, I was a little freaked out about it because it's a lot of popping and it's a big show. And so I was worried about the pets and horses in the area, and I asked Spruce Meadows to write a letter to the residents, which is on page 14, that they sent out to all the area residents just to make them aware of this happening. I have not heard any, nobody's called me over it, and I haven't heard anything from Spruce Meadows. So as with everything that Spruce Meadows does, they typically do first class. They also assured me that they have fireworks all the time on Canada Day and then after their jumping events and things like that. So it is kind of in the area. So I will give you the motion, Mr. Chair, for option 1, that we approve the temporary closures with the added conditions there. Thank you.
Okay, we have that motion. Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. And I'll just echo those comments by our Councillor Alger. It's a big deal. I've attended, and it's just night after night of a lot of exciting fireworks. And so it would be repetitious. So maybe this might be, if you want to call it the inaugural test year, and maybe see how it turns out for perhaps from Councillor Alger's perspective as to how it fits with the neighbors and see how they adjust to the overall event. But I'm sure with enough advance notice, which is what you're obviously a part of that whole presentation here today, that our fire department is well aware of it. We've got a team in that area, so we'll be well covered. So I assume that we're going to have awareness about that as well. Or do they hire somebody specifically for the event along with the emergency response plan?
Through the chair to Deputy Reeve Ohl, we'll include our Spruce Meadows station there. It's a good PR function, so our team will already be on site. So we'll use our own members. And if I could just go back to Councillor Alger as well, the letter that's included in here, they have already mailed that out to, I believe they said 450 residents, including Silverado, Bridlewood, and the acreages kind of in that area. So that's already been looked after.
That's great. Thank you.
Back to you, Councillor Alger.
Just one more thing, if I may, Mr. Chair, also in the Global Fest fireworks situation, there a lot of countries are going to drones now as opposed to fireworks. So they're, yeah, like thousands of drones. It's cool, but not near the noise and the freaking horses out.
They, I can just add to that. They do have a drone show nightly as well. I've seen it, a video of it. I haven't seen it in person yet, but they do have 600 drones nightly partaking in this as well. So kind of interesting.
Okay, so we have the motion from Councillor Alger to approve the temporary road closure with the listed conditions. Don't see anybody else. I'll call the question. All in favor? And that motion carries. Okay, well, we have Community and Recreation Coordinator Cortential Allen here. I'd like to go to item F1. So we need to go into closed. If anyone would like to be a motion to go into closed session at this time, Councillor Kendall, all in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. At this point in time, I'll call the public hearing to order. C1, Hatarian Brethren Church of Cayley, east of 9/17/29 west of 4, and the west half of 10/17/29 west of 4, site-specific amendment. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearings this morning, so we're all aware. First off, we're going to start with a presentation from our planning officer, Stacy Cutler, this morning. Following her presentation, we will go to you guys as the applicants for any presentation, comments, or anything you have to share with council. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that do wish to speak. I don't have anybody registered, but that doesn't mean that there maybe isn't somebody. Following anything from the public, we will then go to closing comments first to you guys as the applicant, and then back to our planning officer for her closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Cutler, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you and good morning, Reeve and Council. The application before you today is for a site-specific amendment to the Agricultural District Land Use Rules to bring the existing development into compliance with the Land Use Bylaw. The subject parcels are located within Council Division 1, adjacent to and south of 690th Avenue East, 800 meters east of 40th Street East, and 1.6 kilometers north of the municipal boundary with Willow Creek. The subject lands are characterized by gently rolling terrain bisected by a defined valley corridor that traverses the site in a generally northeast-southwest direction. Mosquito Creek runs along the southern edge of the valley floor. Several minor recurring seasonal drainage channels are also present in the valley system. The site-specific amendment application is regarding the main development of dwellings, agricultural buildings, and assembly use structures that is situated on the 4 subject parcels of northeast and southeast 9/17/29 and northwest and southwest 10/17/29. The full list of requested amendments is listed in the staff report. I will use this presentation to provide detail and context for these requests. Beginning with dwellings, Section 12.1.7.2 amendment to adjust the maximum dwelling unit density to a total of 35 dwelling units combined. 35 dwelling units was identified by the landowners as the appropriate number of dwellings for the application. Currently, there are 28 dwellings located on the subject parcels, circled in yellow. The landowners would like to add 4 new dwelling units as soon as possible, and there may be a need in the future for 3 additional dwelling units, bringing the total to 35. The existing dwelling types include single-family dwelling, modular home, semi-detached, and townhouse. Amendment to Section 12.1.4, permitted uses, addition of dwelling semi-detached and dwelling townhouse. Section 12.1.7.7, amendment to adjust the minimum habitable area per dwelling unit. The 28 existing dwelling units are all approximately 1,024 square feet in size. Given that these dwellings are existing, the landowner is requesting council to consider a site-specific amendment to allow for the minimum habitable area to be reduced from 1,077 square feet to 1,024 square feet for these existing 28 dwelling units. The landowners understand that if any of these existing dwelling units need to be wholly replaced in the future, or if a new dwelling is to be constructed, they will be required to meet the minimum habitable area of 1,077 square feet as per the land use bylaw. In addition to dwellings, the subject parcels contain a variety of structures used for agricultural and communal uses. Amendment to Section 12.1.5 to add discretionary uses, educational services, private, charter, child care facility, community buildings and facilities, assembly use, and religious assembly. These uses are located within the structures circled in yellow: school, laundry, kindergarten, kitchen, dining hall, church building, canning kitchen, shop for mechanical and carpentry, and welding shop. Additionally, in consultation with staff, the landowners wish to add industry light and manufacturing light. These are not current uses on the subject parcel. These uses were suggested by staff to encompass potential future business uses. They are proposed to be restricted to the following requirements: no retail sales permitted on site, shall not employ anyone outside of the residence of the property, cumulative business visits for all business uses shall not exceed 12 per day. Section 12.1.5, as a discretionary use, utility services major to cover communal wastewater, namely the wastewater lagoon circled in red. For servicing considerations, sanitary sewage is currently serviced by way of an on-site private communal wastewater system. This wastewater system includes a sewage lagoon. Section 17 of the Municipal Government Act, Matters Relating to Subdivision and Development Regulations, stipulates that a suitable building site for schools, hospitals, and residential use is 300 meters or more from the working area of an operating wastewater treatment plant. This map shows a 300-meter radius around the sewage lagoon. Only agricultural buildings are located within that radius. Section 9.27.17, environmental considerations. Existing buildings, circled in yellow, do not currently meet the required 30-meter setback to Mosquito Creek. Given the age of the structures, the landowner is requesting council to consider acknowledging them as non-conforming. The landowner understands that if these buildings need to be replaced in the future, they will be required to meet all setback requirements. Section 12.1.7.3, minimum yard setback. There are several existing structures that encroach over the quarter line between northeast and southeast 91729. To address the structures that encroach over the quarter line, the landowners are looking into requirements to consolidate these quarter sections to be under a single title. Section 12.1.7.3, minimum yard setbacks. Structures encroach into a portion of the municipal road allowance between northeast 91729 and northwest 101729. To address the structures that encroach, council will see an application also on today's agenda from the county's municipal lands administrator to close, purchase, and consolidate this portion of the undeveloped road allowance. Staff is seeking council's direction as to the structures within the road allowance. Council may wish to require the finalization of the proposed road closure prior to third reading of the bylaw, or execution and registration of an encroachment agreement until such time that the road closure is complete, or into perpetuity should the road closure not be approved. These photos are taken standing within the road allowance, looking north and south. Access is presently accessed by way of a private road that extends from 690th Avenue East through Northwest 101729, providing access to the subject lands. This photo is taken from the approach located at 690 Avenue East down into the valley. Land Use Bylaw 9.1.5 states that an encroachment agreement does not constitute legal access unless a future road dedication or utility right-of-way has been registered over the easement area and the county has become a party to the easement. To address the requirements of the Land Use Bylaw Section 9.1, the landowner is proposing to execute and register an access easement agreement to ensure that the subject lands have legal physical access. The landowner understands that council may direct that the county be added as a third party to the access easement agreement. It is requested that council provide direction respecting the easement agreement and whether council would like to see a blanket easement, future road dedication, or utility right-of-way to be registered. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and council.
Thank you. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. I just had, I guess, perhaps a couple. So when we look at page 88 of our agenda, item number 2, so this is the discretionary use, industry light, manufacturing light. So under those 2 that we're adding on to here, we have three stipulations that no retail sales, no employment beyond who lives there and business visits. Where did these restrictions come from? Like was the applicant requesting that they be restricted in this way? The no retail sales, then no
These
outside.
are all parameters that they set up for, that they would be using if those businesses were extended onto the land, which, as I said, they are not currently on the land, but should they add those were parameters that they would already be keeping.
Okay. Okay, we'll leave it at that for now then. Thanks. Anybody else? I don't see any. So at this point in time, at this point in time, we will go to the applicant, Mr. Walters, Mr. Stahl, Mr. Walters. Any presentation comments, questions or comments you may have for council at this time?
Yep, good question for you. Does that include vegetable sales? The vegetables.
Well, we'll certainly come back to the planning officer a little bit later, but my understanding is that is restricted to the industry light and manufacturing light, not anything else. So did you have any presentation or comments you wanted to provide with council today?
Jeff, you got it?
No, not at this current moment.
Okay. Any questions from council or administration for the applicants? Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicants. I was just curious if any of you gentlemen were aware what year were these buildings constructed?
The housing was constructed 50 years ago.
Thank you.
The rest of the buildings are 60 years and 70 years and 80 years.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chair, the applicant's development officer went pretty quick on the access, but do you have a preference on whether the access into the colony be registered as a utility right away? Would you have problems with the municipality being named as a party to the easement? So just looking for your comments on perhaps what is the preference that you would like to see there.
Well, we would prefer a blanket easement. And I don't think we'd have a problem with the county being a third party.
Does that mean the county keeps up a road?
No. I guess I would just come back to you guys so I was asking about those no retail sales, no off-site staff and business visits. So you don't have any more than 12. Well, no, I guess you don't do, okay. In terms of retail sales, like you do a little bit of manufacturing there or industry, I think, leather, maybe things like that. So you do have some retail sales off site other than vegetables and grains. And is that?
Sorry, our retail sales go out of the colony to get sold.
Oh,
very few people come and buy.
Very few, but
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And I don't see any further questions. So at this time, we will go to any members of the public that wish to speak. I don't have anybody listed that is registered. Is there anybody in the gallery that wishes to speak to this application? I don't see any. So moving right along, we'll go to closing comments. Do you guys as the applicants have any closing comments you want to share with council?
I just want to thank all the councillors for their time. Thank you.
And back to Planning Officer Kotler, any closing comments you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. And back to council administration one last time for any questions you may have. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I was looking at the map and at the concurrent applications page on page 90. And I'm just wondering if the new barn is indicated in there and I'm just not seeing it. Is that something that you've already shown on your map? The location of the new barn, is that not yet determined?
That is, right now, all I have shown is what is existing. That application through the NRCB is still just an application. And the county will comment on that when it's appropriate for us to do so, but that is not been suggested yet.
Okay, so the location is to be determined.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. I just wanted to clarify that. And then in regards to the road, do we have a preference, or is that something that will be worked out with the applicants and with the county when the time is right for the preference of the options?
Speaking with the gentleman in conversation, the blanket easement that the county is party to would be the preference. It's just the land use bylaw 9.1.5 that states that we should require that as a utility right of way or as a future road dedication, but that is up to council's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair to administration. Sorry, I just need a little clarity on the difference between what a utility right of way would mean versus a blanket easement, please.
Sure. Through the chair, the easement would be just an easement agreement that would be registered on title. The utility right of way would be surveyed and be an additional document on title. And the future road dedication is the other option where we would survey out that road for future road construction.
Go ahead.
So sorry, what would be, I just need a little clarity around why the municipality would request a utility easement. Like what?
That's
It's a road.
Very good question.
We'll go to Director Hemingway.
Oh, some time ago, council, I'm sorry, messed that up. We changed our land use bylaw to ensure that residential construction cannot occur without ensuring that access can be provided at some point in the future. So an easement access right of way with the county as a party to it is the minimum standard that's required. In addition to that, it can either be a utility right of way that defines the road to ensure where the road is and that it has to be maintained. It allows the county to have access to it should it be needed, but it doesn't require that it ever be surveyed out and created as road. Whereas if we were to execute an agreement for acquisition of land over the road area, at some point in time, the county could request that land be surveyed as road plan and made a public road. So what it does is it ensures regardless of landowner change, that that area of land would be maintained as road and the county would have access to it.
Okay, thank you for that. And so that actually the utility service here is actually a road.
Yes.
Okay, it's not a power line, water lines. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? I don't see anything. So at this point in time, I will close the public hearing. You guys are welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch it online. Either way, decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified in due course of time. Thank you for coming, and we'll probably see you in before long.
Just forget 11 o'clock.
Do we need to change meetings, or are we okay to continue? Okay. Okay, so council, why don't we proceed with this while it is fresh in our minds? It is in Division 1. I live not too far away from here. I'm fine with the application. I think it makes sense. I'm very glad to see them going through the effort and coming into compliance with the land use bylaw. I think in the long run, it will make things much smoother and easier down the road. I just want to, I guess, a couple of items to talk about. So I brought up that industry light and manufacturing light. So these are both being added as discretionary uses, not permitted uses. So I don't understand why we would put the additional restrictions of the no retail sales, not employing outside residents, or restrictions on cumulative business visits. As mentioned, there is some retail sales that happens, not very much. But I know it does happen a very small amount. So I just don't see any value in putting in those restrictions, particularly when it's a discretionary use. Minimum habitable area per dwelling. Certainly I understand the need to accept the current ones as non-conforming, but I don't think our minimum habitable area fits very well in this context. I'm not sure what it would look like, but I would have no problem just reducing that habitable area down to 1024 or even 1,000 square feet in perpetuity on this particular site. To talk about road access, so if we go to page 95, right in the middle in the brown box, direction as to structures within the road allowance. So we got two options there: require finalization of the proposed road closure prior to third reading, or execution and registration of an encroachment agreement. So ideally, that road will be closed and sold, and it would look very well, but we don't know exactly what's going to happen until the province comes back, and how long that takes, who knows. So I'm looking more towards 1B, so the execution and registration of an encroachment agreement until such time that the road closure is complete. In terms of the access coming into the property, I think a blanket easement seems like the simplest and simplest way, and the appropriate safeguards are in place. So that is my thoughts, and I'll go to anybody else that wishes to speak. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the Division 2 Councillor, with the municipality named as to the easement. Is that what you were thinking?
Yes, that's what I was thinking.
Okay, thank you. And then just to comment on the minimum size for a house in the municipality. This is something I would like to visit. I don't know how we ever came up with 1,077 square feet, but at some point, I hope we can look at amending that, because I think it should be like 800. I really have no idea how we came up with 1,077. Thanks.
Director Hemingway.
I don't know the history on that. We'll have to ask our historian when he's available, but the applicants have indicated a desire to develop the new residences at our minimum habitable area. They do find that the current residence sizes are too small. Even when we created our secondary suite bylaw, a recent one where we allowed for no minimum size of secondary suites, as long as it met the safety code requirements, which are very, very small. Nobody builds those small parcels or those small, the tiny home thing has kind of disappeared. And I don't know why, because I had hoped that people might take advantage of it, but they're not. So having said that, it's very difficult for us to manage the differences in habitable areas of council in habitable size. So my recommendation to council is to allow the current ones to maintain at their existing size, but maintain any future housing at the 10,077 square feet. We will really struggle with that from an administrative standpoint. And that was the applicant's suggestion. And then the other point on number 2 for the recommended conditions is an execution and registration of an access easement agreement, and it states road acquisition agreement. My suggestion, or utility right of way. Both of those are required to meet the land use bylaw requirements for access. We'll certainly work with the applicant to find one that find what works for them. But a utility right of way means we have no ability to make that road be a public road in the future, and I would suggest that's likely their preference.
Okay, refresh my memory again on utility right of way versus the road acquisition. What are the specific details of how that works?
So a road acquisition agreement is typically a surveyed or described area of land where we execute an agreement indicating that this area is intended as a future public road. And so it has setback implications. At any point in time, the municipality can survey that land as road plan and create a public road. A utility right of way is an identification. It's a lines on a survey plan. They don't mean anything. They're attached to an agreement, and the utility right of way agreement speaks to what those lined areas are. In this case, the utility would be a road, a private road. It would be identified where they are. And we would not even be party to the agreement. Or we could be.
Okay.
Typically we are, but utility right of ways usually they may have to be maintained as road, and if for some reason we need to access it, we can, but we can never take it. We don't have that ability.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, so yeah, I'm thinking utility right away does make sense after hearing that, and I would be fine with the habitable area being left as contemplated. Anybody else? Or we'd be looking for a motion. So the motion would be first reading. Page 95 of our agenda. Okay, and perhaps this is Division 1. Perhaps I'll just go ahead and make the motion then for first reading with B and the brown box B. And then in terms of the access done by utility right away. And I would just flip back to page 88 and item 2, I would just delete those additional restrictions as well. Anybody else? No, sorry, not the size restrictions. It was item 2, the retail sales, employment, and cumulative business visits, just in recognition that it's discretionary use is not permitted. Anybody else? I don't see any. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Okay, I think let's, while we have Land Administrator Fowler here with us, let's go to item B4, page 20 of our agenda. Request to license undeveloped road allowance northwest quarter of 1121 west of 5. Item B4. Burnell.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. This item is a request to license an undeveloped road allowance. Being, excuse me, being the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the west boundary of the northwest quarter of Section 11, Township 20, Range 1, west of the 5th Meridian, containing about 4 acres. It's located approximately 2 kilometers southwest of the town of Okotoks on the south side of 402 Ave West, within an undeveloped portion of 32 Street West. In May of this year, an application was submitted by Alan Burnell to request council's consideration to license the above noted portion of undeveloped road allowance for the purpose of cultivation. The applicant owns the quarter section bordering the east side of the road allowance. The road allowance along the north boundary of his parcel is currently licensed to the northern owners, being southwest of 14/20/1 West 5, for the purpose of grazing. So the request of council today would be, if they're amenable to the landowner's request, to direct administration to proceed with a public hearing to consider the closure for license of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the west boundary of the northwest quarter of Section 11, Township 20, Range 1, West 5, containing approximately 4 acres for the purpose of cultivation. Access would not be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This is in Division 2. Who would like to speak to it? Anybody? Councillor Kendall, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the landowner owns on the east and the west side? No, does not. Just on the east side.
Sorry if I may, the chair to Councillor Kendall, he just owns the east side. I realize I made it kind of complicated because he owns on the east side of the road allowance.
Right.
Yes,
And
And
who-
only that.
And the west side?
is not him.
Is not him, and they're not objecting or commenting or?
At this point, we haven't done any circulations or anything, so they'd have that opportunity should you choose to allow this to go to a public hearing.
Okay. But it sounds like the landowner to the east who's making the application has he been farming it? It looks like, maybe, probably, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And my question for Manager Fowler is, can you define cultivation for me, please? Because looking at this yellowed out area, it looks like a portion of it is trees.
So if I may, through chair to Councillor, cultivation, we usually, I think it's really quite broad. For the most part, it's haying is what we see traditionally. In this case, you can tell just by the ortho photos that it looks like I'm not sure what he's got in that field, but it does look a little bit more organized than hay. But we wouldn't expect to see it go into that northern treat area. I think he's just trying to come into compliance with the fact that that parcel had been, there was some kind of crop on there, whether it be hay or something else, all the way through our road allowance. So he's just trying to make it so that it's all above board and the liabilities and everything are in place to continue the operations the way that they'd already been run.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, myself don't have any concerns with this at this point in time. I think it would make sense to lease it, but I would look forward to hearing from residents. So that would be the next step in the process with a public hearing. So I would be fine with it. Anybody else? Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, I would also be amenable of this proceeding to a public hearing. When you need the motion, I will give it.
I will take that, excuse me, I will take that motion at this point in time to direct administration to proceed with the public hearing to consider the closure for license. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to B5, JGL Livestock Request to Purchase Undeveloped Road Allowance, page 24 of our agenda. Back to you, Administrator Fowler.
Thank you, Reeve. This one is request to purchase an undeveloped road allowance. And it's a portion of an undeveloped road allowance between the east half of section 5 and the west half of section 4, township 19, range 26, west 4, containing about 6.14 acres. And it's located approximately 4 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Blackie, north of Highway 23, within an undeveloped portion of 304 Street East. The applicant, JGL Livestock, submitted a letter request dated May 21 of this year to request council's consideration to close for purchase the above noted portion of road allowance. That letter is attached to the staff report as Appendix B. The applicant owns all adjacent parcels of agriculturally zoned land, which are bisected by the CPKC railway line. The applicant states that CPKC will not allow a level crossing to be built across their tracks on this road allowance, which would effectively block the future construction of a through road on this undeveloped portion of 304 Street East. Established railway crossings are located to the west on CIL Road East and to the east on an undeveloped portion of 320 Street East. The applicant is planning on submitting a future application for the development of an agribusiness on the lands, which they hope to build across both sections 4 and 5. So being able to close and utilize the road allowance land would enable them to make the best use of the site. The request of council today is that if they're amenable to the landowner's request to direct administration to proceed with a public hearing to consider the road closure of a portion of the undeveloped road allowance between the east half of 5 and the west half of 4, Township 19, Range 26, West 4, containing 6.14 acres for purchase and consolidation. I'd also like to point out an error in the location map attached to the staff report as Appendix A. It incorrectly shows the applicant's lands and subject road allowance. The symbols are all mistakenly placed 1 full quarter section off target. They should be 1 quarter section further west. The other maps are correct and show the correct location. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Yeah, I don't have a concern with this. I'd be interested to see this proceed. This is the first step in a long process. So from here, we would just look to have a public hearing on the road closure, and we would hear from area residents at that point in time, anybody who's concerned or not. As noted in here, they're looking at submitting a future application that is very much tied in with this application. So I think the right thing to do at this point would be to proceed with that public hearing and see what all comes out of that. So Deputy Reeve Ohl.
I'm just trying to get my locations sorted out because of the map identification there, but I see that it's basically half of one and half of the other here is what I'm looking at. So I guess I had a question about the future plans. Is this going to be a feedlot potentially? No? Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And also because of, I understand that the rationale shared with us and that we would hear a lot more in a public meeting. But I'm just wondering if what we're doing is going to strand some parcels from access, and that would be my only concern. And I guess we'll hear that in the hearing as well. No comments, just any comments about the stranding aspect?
Sorry, if I may, sorry, that was a statement, not a question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's sort of rhetorical in one way, but at the same time, if there is any comment, I would appreciate.
Thank you indeed. I was looking at that also because the portions of the northern quarters, the north halves, they are obviously bisected by that train, the train crossing there. And if we were to close that, I would hope there would either be some consolidation perhaps of those east half or the west half. So combine the northeast and the southeast, and the southwest and the northwest, to kind of take away any stranding of any parcel. Because if you can't cross from one side of the train tracks, you wouldn't be able to cross from the other side of the train tracks either. So I would hope to see some solution like that with the other applications.
So at that point, they probably would not have moved forward with an application for a consolidation because they are probably looking for the road first. But it could be a condition potentially if that was the case, if it came to a conclusion at that hearing that it was to move forward, it could be a condition at that point, perhaps.
Thank you. That's what I was thinking, that would be research any kind of possible solutions that the applicant would be interested in providing, because I could see that being an issue depending on how they kind of put it together at that point.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your comments.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's start with, through the chair to the lands administrator. The page 26 of 313. So the CPKC right of way is enlarged in that 1 quarter. So is that a railway siding there? And then it's kind of expanded as it goes east off the quarter.
If I may, are you speaking about the widening, how it kind of goes off track and it's a little wider at that one location?
Yeah, and then Y is going off.
I noticed that also. I'm not entirely sure what the intentions are there. I mean, it looks like it was expanded for some purpose. If this was to go to public hearing, I'd be reaching out to CPKC and I could ask them for a little bit of clarity on why that's a little wider in that spot, because it's not obvious to me. But I mean, I'm assuming it has something to do with both of those lines converging there, some kind of station or of some sort.
Okay.
But I would hope to get more information at a public hearing.
And I'm thinking the Y is the old spur to Harrington, but have we looked, the other information I would be looking for, I can see going to public hearing, but there's not enough information here to really make a decision on this without the agri plan. But the CIL, the Orica there, be very curious to hear in the public hearing that building restrictions and like there's a number of concerns being locating in an agribusiness that close to a dynamite factory. So would want to make sure that we are not in conflict with the neighbor to the north when this comes forward at public hearing time.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and just a couple of questions. One is, if it does go to public hearing, will we have clarification on CPKC not allowing the level crossing?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, I would be reaching out to CPKC and get confirmation as to A, confirm that they wouldn't allow a level crossing, and B, if they have any additional reasons why they wouldn't be allowing a level crossing, or if it's simply because there is one to the east and one to the west as stated. We would definitely look for some double checking on that.
Okay, thanks. And last question, they want to purchase the road between the two. I guess my question is why they're not purchasing the rest, the northern section? And I think you alluded to that
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, I suppose a whole lot more information will come in when they make their application for the stated agribusiness. But it's my understanding that everything is based on that south side of the railway line and not the north side. I would make the presumption that perhaps that north side would still continue to be utilized purely as ag land, but I would expect the applicant to confirm that.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Well, just one more point, and on that west road allowance, I'd be surprised if there isn't an easement or KVS registered on that for Orica as well on restrictions for access. Just when we're thinking about crossings, the one to the east is pretty primitive.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion to direct administration to proceed with the public hearing.
Okay, we got that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. And let's go to B6, Indenbosch, request to license municipal INR parcel, page 29 of our agenda. Back to you, Administrator Fowler.
Thank you, Reeve. This is indeed a request to license a municipal parcel. It's a municipal INR parcel, so that's natural resource extraction, and it's located within the northeast quarter, the section 17, township 18, range 1, west of the 5th meridian. It's plan 1013204, block 3, lot 3, and it contains approximately 78.83 acres, more or less. It's located 9 kilometers east of the town of Longview and 4.5 kilometers north of Highway 540 West along 578 Avenue West. In March of this year, the applicants submitted an email request to utilize a 25-acre portion of the county's INR parcel for the purpose of cattle grazing. This municipal parcel is currently being mined by Foothills County and is part of our hog gravel pit. The portion the applicants are requesting to license is not currently being mined. The applicants own the adjacent undivided quarter section on the west side and indicate they would maintain the current fencing and install electric fence where required to keep their cattle out of the active mining area. Ortho photos indicate that the parcel may have been hayed by a neighbor in previous years. although we have no record of an appropriate license in place for these activities. This request was circulated to internal departments and the following comments were provided. Community Service stated this parcel is shallow gravel and as such, grazing shouldn't commence until June on an average year to avoid overgrazing. Agricultural Services had no comment. And Public Works, they were kind enough to conduct a site visit as well. And they stated that the fencing around the county's land is way off the property line on the east side, and most of it is in poor shape. There is also a short section missing altogether of about 100 meters. If we were to lease it out, they would recommend a 2-year term in case the county decides to crush material in the future. Public Works also recommends only licensing the 16 acres shown in the map attached as Appendix A to avoid removing the existing encroaching fence line. If fence lines are moved, a survey may be necessary, which should be at the licensee's expense. The applicants specified that they would pay the yearly minimum of $250 or $30 per cow and calf pair per month, whichever is higher, as per our fee bylaw schedule. Depending on moisture, there could be 20 to 30 head, probably in late summer, early fall, for about 30 to 60 days or when the grass is gone. Animals would have access to water on the applicant's border. So today we've provided a few different options for council to consider. Option A would be approval. And if they're amenable to the landowner's request, to direct administration to accept the applicant's request to license a specific portion of the parcel for the purpose of grazing, with terms to be set by council, such as the yearly fee and the proposed term. Option B would be to take this parcel out to public for bidding. So we would advertise it in the Western Wheel and on our website and see if any of the other neighbors were interested. And it would have to contain the same amount of information, proposed licensing fee, term, etc. Or option C would be to deny the request at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And I know a little bit about this application, but of course, more information has come to light. So to file manager Fowler, I guess my question is, the fence line is encroaching, so I would be looking to have that repaired in some way. Is there any options that could be brought forward to having that put back in its proper place through this lease?
Through the chair to Councillor Estes, that is kind of part of what we had spoken about in there, I guess, because that is such a large fence line that does encroach well into our parcel and will be quite expensive to relocate along the property line. It would require surveying, that kind of thing. So if we were to directly license this to Mr. Endenbosch or alternately to another licensee, should we take it to bid, council may request that that fence line be relocated along the property line at the licensee's expense, although that's a large financial investment somebody would make on this property. So, I mean, they might have an opinion as to whether they would want to continue licensing it. So, but that is certainly something that council could request of our licensee in the offer.
Go ahead.
So I will turn to the rest of council and look for your thoughts, but well, for one, I'm still trying to figure out why the fence line is not where it should be. And what our thoughts are on having that rectified at this stage before going ahead and putting the cost on someone who would want to lease it and give them in lieu of some sort of term. My thoughts.
Thank you. Yeah, and these fence lines, lots of places out the county, they get in some weird places, oftentimes due to natural terrain, but I don't see that as an issue here, but who knows? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure, I wasn't sure whether we should pause and investigate this or if we have enough information right now to make a decision. Just wondering if there's some thoughts on that because the cost is significant to move it and just wondering, can you leave it and lease it? Or is there a liability issue with all that? All that adds up then just curious, see what you all have to say.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Very familiar with this area, and I believe it is topography. If you go from 64th Street and head west on 578, it goes in extremely high hill and then goes down the other side into the gravel pit. So I'm assuming that's why the defense line's off. In relation to what the Deputy Reeve just said, I think that if we put this out to the public, to all the neighbors, and I think it'll probably work itself out as to who wants the property and who's willing to pay the price and perhaps do some fencing on it. So.
Okay, anybody else? No motion. Councillor Alger, you're suggesting go out to the public for bids as opposed to just accepting this one? Is that motion? Councillor Estes.
Yeah, let me think for a sec.
I would make that motion that it goes out to public with, can we work in at looking at the cost of having that fence put in its appropriate place?
I'm through the chair to Councillor Estes. I could certainly see if we can get a quote from our fencing contractor to see the approximate cost.
Okay, thank you.
Or if we're going out for public, maybe the proponents would want to do the fencing too, because that'd
Well,
probably be
okay,
cheaper.
that's where I was going with this, so,
Okay.
yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Estes to go out for public bids on the lease of this property
With, can we add with
with the fencing.
with the fencing to be considered?
Okay,
Thank you.
we have that motion. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So quickly, we've got 16 okay, the requested license area is 25. We've got a 16-acre version and a 25-acre version. Basically, we're looking at a half-mile of fence here. Right? Full quarter there? No, it's 25 acres.
Quarter mile.
So it's half mile?
Quarter.
Quarter mile. So it's about $4,000 worth of fencing. Okay, so with your request is you're looking for a quote for what it's going to cost to do it, or your suggestion is that whoever rents it at $90 a unit a month would build it into the bid equation, or you're just looking for an estimate on the fencing cost?
I believe the motion was that the fencing piece would be included as part of the bid so that the proponents would be responsible for the fencing. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Isn't it sort of typical that the landowner supplies the materials and the leasee or rentee does the work? That's kind of how we hillbillies in the West Country do it. I guess you Easterners like to complicate things. I don't know, but would Foothills County be willing to fork over some fence posts for the poor custom farmers who want to rent this? Just saying. That's how we do it.
Go ahead, Councillor Estes.
Could this all be negotiated at future? Thank you.
Okay, so the motion is to go out for bids and we'll figure out the fencing. Okay. Anything further? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, while we have Deputy Director Granson here, let's jump back up to item B3, Prairie Economic Gateway Request for Letter of Support, page 15 of our agenda.
Good morning, council. This will be just a quick request. Through our economic development department, we received a request from the Prairie Economic Gateway team, which is a joint venture between the city of Calgary and Rocky View County. They are seeking some funding from the federal government Trade Diversification Corridors Fund and have requested that we provide them a letter of support for the Prairie Economic Gateway in order to bolster their likelihood of receiving such funding. They have provided a 2-page brief on basically what that Prairie Economic Gateway is. I think everyone in the room is probably familiar with the concept and location. It's just southwest of the hamlet of Langdon and on the east boundary of the city of Calgary. So the group has provided a draft letter template with sort of a fill in the blank. We can use that or we can create our own, but in general, staff would support or would recommend that if we do draft the letter, we can just use this version and draft one section, basically putting in Foothills County, and then one specific section is highlighted in yellow on that page 18, would basically just be a brief context specific comment from Foothills County.
Thank you, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no problem with this request. Mr. Granson, is it safe to say that this will tie into what we're doing in the Alderside corridor as far as Volker Stebbins potential intermodal type of construction they want to do?
Through the chair to Councillor Audrey, I think there's lots of factors. I mean, it may have some competition to some of our desired businesses, but it would also create opportunities for businesses in our county to have better logistic opportunities as well. So I think in general, it would be a net benefit for the region and for the Foothills County businesses as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? So recommended motion is to direct administration to send a letter in support of the Economic Gateway or any other motion we would wish. Councillor Alger, back to you.
So moved.
Okay, to send a letter of support. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's take a couple minutes and we'll get back for our 11. Welcome back. At this time, I will open our public hearing. C2, the Hatterian Brethren Church of Cayley, Northeast 9, 1729 west of 4, and the Northwest 10, 1729 west of 4. I think we were all here before. I don't think we need to go through the procedures or introductions. I think we can go directly to MLA Fowler if you want to proceed with your presentation at this point in time.
Good morning, Arabian Council. The application before you is for the closure and purchase of a portion of the undeveloped road allowance adjacent to the east boundary of the northeast quarter of Section 9 and the west boundary of the northwest quarter of Section 10, Township 17, Range 29, West 4, within an undeveloped portion of the road allowance for 56th Street East containing approximately 2 acres, more or less. This application is being made by the Hutterite Brethren Church of Cayley. The subject road allowance is located approximately 5.5 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Cayley on 690th Avenue East within an undeveloped portion of 56th Street East. The applicants own all surrounding parcels. The subject road allowance runs directly through the main yard of the colony, and multiple buildings are located partially within its boundaries. Foothills County has been working with the applicants on a land use application to bring their property into compliance with the land use bylaw. This application is part of the holistic approach to rectifying these deficiencies. Should this application be successful, the applicant intends to consolidate the lands 50% into the northeast quarter of Section 9 and 50% into the northwest quarter of Section 10. This would ensure that each existing building would be wholly located within the parcel boundaries. In addition, the applicant will work with the surveyor and land titles to consolidate the northeast and southeast quarters into one parcel, East 9, shown in pink, and the northwest and southwest quarters into one parcel, being West 10, shown in blue. This will ensure that the portions of the southeast quarter of 9 and southwest of 10 on the north side of Mosquito Creek are not landlocked by the closure. This public hearing was advertised in the Western Reel on June 24th and July 1 and posted on the Foothills County website. All required internal and external circulations were completed with no concerns identified. Today, we submit to Council 3 options for their consideration. Option 1 would be that Council grants first reading to the bylaw to authorize the closure of a portion of the original road allowance adjoining the east boundary of Northeast 9, 17 of 29, West 4, and the west boundary of Northwest 10, 17 of 29, West 4, containing 2 acres, 0.81 hectares, more or less, for purchase and consolidation. Access will be denied. This would be subject to approval from the Minister of Transportation and Economic Corridors prior to second and third reading of the bylaw. Option 2 would be that Council postpones their decision to allow administration to gather more information. And option 3 would be that Council denies the application at this time. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Council Administration for any questions you have at this time. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and just question regarding the consolidation in the quarters. So if it's from the intersection of all 4 quarters and it goes north to halfway, does that leave the rest of it still open for a road allowance at future date?
Thank you, the chair, to Councillor Estes. How we have it laid out is they're only closing that center portion that's required for the building. So that takes it right to the bottom of the quarter section line. Now, if you keep on traveling further south, you'd hit Mosquito Creek, and that is the part that we'd be a little concerned about it being landlocked if we took out that center piece that we're looking at. So if the applicants combine the east half and the west half, like the northeast and southeast, and the alternately on the other side, one, as you heard this morning, it would solve some of their other setback issues on the one side. But on the other side, it would effectively take all of that land north of Mosquito Creek and make it so it could be accessed through the actual parcel, and it wouldn't have to cross any boundary lines. So in essence, if it was to be sold at a later date, then they would still be able to access the entirety of that west half or that east half. The remainder of the road allowance would stay open for future use, potentially, maybe. But yeah, I think it would effectively make it so that in any eventuality, access could be maintained.
Okay, thank you for that.
Anybody else? Don't see any, so we'll go to the applicants. Any comments or input you wanted to provide to council on this item? No. Okay. And I don't have anybody registered, so any questions from council administration of the applicants? Okay, got to follow procedure, so we'll go to closing comments. Any closing comments you wish to provide from the applicants?
We'd just like to thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you. And back to Administrator Fowler, any closing comments you have?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
And back to council administration one last time for any questions you may have. I don't see any, so at this point in time, I will close the public hearing. Again, you're welcome to remain in the gallery to watch council's deliberations. You can also watch it online, the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once our minutes are ratified. Thank you for coming. We're good to carry on? Okay, well, let's deal with this right now then in Division 1. I don't have a concern with this. This is just the first step. I'm very anxious to see what the province would say about this. So today we're just looking at potentially going to a public hearing and hearing from, oh no, sorry. This is the public hearing. I'm sorry. Today we were just looking at first reading, which would then go to the province, and we would hear from them. So I am in favor of first reading and see where it goes. This colony has been here for a very long time. We heard earlier some in excess of 80 years. I believe it's right around 90 years, but I'm not sure. So long-standing operation and landowner here. And yeah, leave it at that. Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
Thank you. It looks like all the issues will be solved in addition to the recognition for access by future consolidations. And there's no opposition here as well. So I think that opens the pathway as far as I'm concerned. And I just wondered if the Reeve Councillor for the area, if you wanted to make that motion. If not, I would support by making a motion.
Okay, I'll take that first reading motion from you, Deputy Reeve-Ohl.
I will make that first reading then.
Okay. Anybody else? So we have that motion for first reading. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay. Looks like we have Director Kruger. You have a number of things on here for us today, so we'll carry on to you. Item B7, DeWinton Riding Club Road Speed Limit Reduction Bylaw 15, second and third reading, page 36 of our agenda. Take it away, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this one, council passed first reading a while back. We went out and we put our message boards out on the road, just notifying residents of the upcoming speed change, and just back in council today for second and third reading. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Ohl. Well, that's from before. Sorry. Councillor Callister, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I brought this to council at the request of homeowners in the area. I would give you a motion for second reading on it.
Okay, we have motion for second. Anybody else? Don't see anybody. All in favor? Motion carries. And third, Councillor Kendall.
I would give you that motion for third.
Motion for third from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. And let's go to B8, Dunbow Road, Highway 2A to Artesia. Request for speed limit adjustment, bylaw 36, 2026, second and third reading, page 40 of our agenda. Go ahead, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Council provided first reading on June 24th. Same thing with this one. We sent out notices on our social media, the website, and all the homeowner association presidents. And here for second and third today, or if council has any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I thank you, Director Kruger, for putting that letter out to the homeowners association presidents. Had the opportunity to speak with them over the last couple of weeks regarding this change. I would note that it's a bit unfortunate that our construction on Dunbow Road is happening at the same time as the overpass repairs on 552, because the added traffic coming down 32nd to Dunbow has made things a little more difficult, but things are progressing well now. After speaking with several residents in the three communities there, I've come up with an amendment that I would like to make to this. And that being that from the from McLeod Trail to 4th Street, which is the Serenity entrance, that we set the speed limit to 50 kilometers an hour. Beyond the Serenity entrance on 4th Street to let it go back up to 70 kilometers an hour to the overpass. I've spoke with several residents and yourself, Director Kruger, about extending it to Artesia. I did not get a lot of support for that. And the record shows that there hasn't been an accident at that intersection in the last 5 years. So heading east past the overpass to Artesia, I would say that we could leave it at the 80 kilometers an hour once we clear that overpass. But I would like to see the intersection at the overpass be 70 kilometers an hour, as well as the golf course, just for the reason that there's been quite a few accidents turning left onto Dunbow on that overpass. I think a slight speed limit reduction is going to help with that, I hope. And the slight reduction in speed will probably be more amicable to the residents there. Is that? I'll leave that open for discussion for now.
Okay, so McLeod to 4th would be 50, as was given in the first reading, but then you're suggesting second reading, we would change from Serenity to the overpass would be 70, and from the overpass to Artesia would stay at 80 as it is today.
Yep, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sort of agree with this amendment. So we're going 50 to 70 and then 80 again. So we've got three speed limits within a mile. I would suggest, if I can make an amendment to the amendment, that 50 to 70 till we get past Artesia, and then go back to our 80 for the rest of Dunbow Road, and then that encompasses Artesia, all the people in Artesia, as opposed to making them go from the overpass to 70 and then So just extend the 70 range all the way to the RT. Yeah. And I agree with you on the overpass that we need to slow everybody down there to make safe turns. And for the people that are turning and going to Artesia, that little stretch of 70 kilometers an hour is not going to bother anybody. And that just takes a little bit of signage out and that range of motion of different speed limits. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't have a motion on the floor yet. But we have a amendment to the bylaw, so perhaps I'm going to go, I guess we're just looking at comments at this point in time, and then we'll come back for a motion. So Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 60. Anyway, through the chair to Director Kruger, I've looked at this left-hand turn and like it's kind of an unusual setup there. And I'm just wondering if there's an alternative action here when this is done. But there's got to be, with the number of accidents that happened there on the northbound, sorry, on the south, on the furthest lane south, it seems like people just have to have the urge to pull out. They think they're going through on the south, and then they pull it into the north lane to make the left-hand turn, and then we have the T-bone. Is there not some that is that our jurisdiction? Is that AT's? How is actually that's you don't see that set up everywhere. Is there any safety measure that can be taken there to eliminate some of the confusion other than reducing the speed?
Through the chair. So that would be Alberta Transportation. With the motion council made a few weeks ago to look at the Dunbow study update. Part of that is looking at the golf course 8th Street intersection on Dunbow, as well as the 243 intersection just before Artesia and Artesia. So by looking at those, looking at forecasting, they will take those movements on the bridge into consideration. What you see a lot these days for some of those intersections, they take them away and they put the roundabouts on each end to take away that crossing movements. You see that on a lot of the new bridges on the highways and overpasses. Each one's unique, but that system seems to work well so far. So I guess that will all come out in our study, see what if there's a solution there, and I guess we'll cross the bridge at that time on approaching the province on whose responsibility it would be to undertake that work.
Okay, so Councillor Calster, I'm going to come back to you for a motion. So we've given first reading, we're looking at second reading today, and we can certainly make an amendment to the bylaw on second. So if you can just clarify, we heard suggesting that should be 70 all the way to Serenity. I've also heard that it should be 60 instead of 70. So what say you, and do you want to make the motion for second?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So after discussion with the residents and Director Kruger, I found out that there hasn't been an accident at the Artesia intersection for 5+ years at the current speed of 80 kilometers an hour. So while I've had some resident requests for that intersection, the biggest request for that intersection is that we install a traffic light on it, so it lights up the intersection a little better. Speed limit reduction has been mentioned a couple times, and after our notification to the public, I had a whole bunch of residents from Artesia come back and say, no, we don't want anything under the 80K. Just leave it at 80K and you'll be fine. So being that there's been no accidents there in the last 5 years, I think we're okay to leave it at the 80K from the overpass to Artesia, pending this traffic study we're going to do or looking at doing. So I guess my motion would be 50 kilometers an hour from the set of lights on the highway to the Serenity intersection, 50 kilometers an hour in that stretch, 70 kilometers an hour immediately after the Serenity intersection, up until the overpass, and then to leave it at 80 after the overpass, I guess.
Okay, so we have that motion for second with that revision. And in terms of the bylaw, I'm just looking to Director Kruger. That's all good for the bylaw purposes? Okay. Anybody else? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I can't support the motion. There's too much inconsistency and changes in speeds there. And in order to keep this orderly, I can't speak in favor. I can speak in favor of 60. And the reason I say 60 is that keeps it consistent with the 552 overpass, and a little bit of consistency and not having changing speeds, I think, is critical for this to really actually have any traction. Thanks.
Just a question, Director Kruger, 70, 60. I'm trying to think of where we would ever see a 70 zone. Is that something that's used often?
Through the chair, I was wondering the same thing, and I was driving on 32nd Street East, south of 552, and that's 170. So we have a few 70s out there. It's not as common, but they are out there. I just want to also make council aware that that first stretch from Highway 2 McLeod Trail going past the roundabout, that will have to be 50 once the roundabout is in. That's the recommended, that was the engineered speed on that section. Everything else is up to council for now. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Calister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My school bus driver wife suggested 65. And then everybody's like, oh, nobody's got 65. That's uncommon. I mean, I'm amicable to 60 kilometers an hour through that stretch from Serenity to the overpass. But I do believe there's going to be a lot of residents that are not. So I'll just get them to call you directly, RD. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a pretty long stretch, and I drove through there at 50, and I drove through there at 60, and both seemed rather slow. But if that's council's will, I guess I'll go with it. But I'd rather see 70 through that stretch to the overpass, and 80 there on.
So just in terms of procedure here, just want to be cautious a little bit. So the motion is for second reading, 50 kilometers an hour, and then 70, and then leave it at 80 east of the overpass. Being this a second reading, if this does fail, that means that first reading is rescinded. So just throw that as a bit of a caution to make sure that we have a bit of an idea what to expect, I guess, before we proceed. So if those of you that have not spoken wanted to speak, by all means, now would be a good time. I would be more amicable to the 60 than the 70, just for the sake that I think it's more consistent with what people expect on roads, because I see lots of 50s, lots of 60s, lots of 80s, but 70s are kind of an oddball. So, Councillor Alger.
So we get through the traffic circle at 50, and then we get to go to 60. Woohoo! It's a little too minimal for me. So I'm at the 70 or 80. I'm fine with the 82, but yeah, going 50 to 60 is not making any change in my role. Thanks.
Deputy Revol.
Go 50 and then leave the rest as it usually is. I'm just thinking we're getting really complicated here. Just leave it as it was previously, and then just during the construction in that area, it can be temporarily posted. Stay at 50 at the traffic circle, and then just go back to your regular speeds. It's too confusing. Anyways, now I've added another one to the mix. Now I've added another option.
Counselor Callister, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I knew this was going to be a bit of a discussion because everybody that I've talked to has a bit of a different perspective on it. I guess my reason for wanting a reduction in front of the golf course and on the overpass I consider a dangerous intersection. And 80K there has been causing some high-speed T-bone accidents. My daughter-in-law was involved in one a month ago. And there's been a lot of feedback from the golf course for a speed limit reduction coming off the highway, turning right onto Dunbow, going by that intersection, that the merging in and out of there to turn into the golf course and oncoming traffic that's cutting through to go back to Calgary. It's been a problem. So I appreciate the people that want to keep it at 80 through there and over top of the overpass. I really feel like we need to lower it a little bit to try and make it a little safer for the people, for the drivers there. I myself have never been inclined to pull out in front of somebody that's coming along Dunbow, but it happens. It's happened 3 times that I know of this year. And I guess my hope is that just reducing it that 10 kilometers an hour through there will help alleviate some of that and give drivers a little more time to react, perhaps, and reduce those accidents on the overpass. That's really my main concern, is the overpass and the golf course.
I'm just going to complicate this perhaps a little bit more. Director Kruger, do we have authority? I don't believe we do, in terms of the speed limit on top of the overpass. So if that's correct, I guess where does the point meet?
Through the chair. So typically that is ATEC jurisdiction. I allowed to look at our signs there. So we actually, going east, we have a sign right after 8 by the golf course going towards the bridge that says 80. Then once you go over the bridge, just past Artesia, again, there's another sign that says 80. There might be 2 there, actually. I think one was missing on the province's side. There's also a sign that says end provincial maintenance once you keep going east. No, those are our signs. That's something I can definitely run past the ATEC contacts I have, that if we change our signs right before and after the bridge, do we need to apply with them for those signs, or if they're okay with it? But typically, yes, that's their jurisdiction. It's just an interesting situation where these are our signs right before and after the bridge.
Okay, so we have the motion for second. And just a change to the bylaw. So that McLeod Trail to Serenity is 50, Serenity to overpass is 70, and then beyond the overpass is deleted from the bylaw, so it'd stay at 80. All in favor? Oh, sorry. So 50 from McLeod Trail to Serenity, and then from Serenity to the overpass would be 70, and then beyond that would be left at 80. Is that correct, Councillor Callister? Okay. I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Oh, third reading. Anybody want to give third reading? Councillor Alger gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go to B9, Municipal Public Utilities Bylaw, page 43 of our agenda. Back to you, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep this as short as I can and try and explain it the best I can. The item before council today is the first reading of the proposed municipal public utilities bylaw. This bylaw is intended to repeal and replace bylaw number 195, 2007, which we used to refer to as our water bylaw, once it receives third reading and comes into force. Just so you know as well, part of this covers water, wastewater, and solid waste garbage. Administration is recommending a replacement bylaw rather than a series of individual amendments because the proposed bylaw provides a clearer and more current framework for municipal water, wastewater, solid waste, billing, metering, service connections, system protection, wastewater discharge, non-standard utility servicing, enforcement, cost recovery, transition, just to name a few. The proposed bylaw does not by itself change utility rates, expand service areas, or commit the county to extend utility infrastructure. Those matters would continue to require separate review, approvals, budgets, agreements, or council direction where applicable. Administration is requesting that council consider granting first reading. If first reading is granted, council may also direct administration to schedule a public meeting before the bylaw is brought in back for further consideration. Now, I also want to mention within the motion, I also would like, if council has the desire to proceed with this, also authorize administration to get a legal review and incorporate any changes based on that review. Because we have a current bylaw, we haven't done a legal review yet. So we just wanted to get this, see what council's appetite is for this, and then send it to legal review if council's okay with that after first reading. Now, also with this, there's been a few questions and things that I've had reviewing this, as this has been in the works for a long time. There's been questions about just water conservation. So that's when we put water restrictions and things on like that. So that's not within this bylaw because it's covered under a different bylaw, our water conservation bylaw. That's bylaw 1-2021. I also had a look at other municipalities such as Strathcona, Parkland, Rocky View County, Lacombe, all who have extremely recent water bylaws, utility bylaws. Then some of them deal with data centers and stuff. So I tried to add these high water uses to special circumstances, kind of future-proof this bylaw. Again, we'll probably need amendments in the future, but it kind of sets us up, gives us some guidelines in those situations moving forward. Also, in regards to provincial, the water quality, now we don't have to restate the provincial drinking water standards because the province is in control, regulates the quality of water. We have to do testing and report to them. However, it's probably a good idea. We could add a section under our water where we say something to the lines of the county provides potable water in compliance with provincial requirements. Another thing that came to mind as I was looking at that is we do provide bulk water. We could just be clear that the county responsibility ends at the county controlled point of delivery. So we could add sections like that in there. So those are just two that came up recently. In my report, I lay out a few sections about the updated structure and scope, administrative authority and procedures, accounts, billing, payments, arrears, connection requirements, metering, protection of our utility infrastructure, water system protection, cross connections, backflow prevention. That's typically what you see in more industrial commercial stuff. Wastewater discharge management, pre-treatment sampling, monitoring, and spill reporting, solid waste services, enforcement, cost recovery penalties, transition and repeal, going through this process as well. In the council report, there's some of the relevant sections to each of those points. At this time, I'll stop. If there's any questions, I'll try my best to answer them. Thank you.
Deputy Revo.
Well, thank you. I first of all, I'd like to thank you for it's very, very comprehensive and brings us into our current situation where, we've had a lot of water utilities come our way. And then also just with the learning as we grow in so many different scopes and directions. So thank you for the work. So just a couple clarifying questions and other things I can take offline. Just in the bulk fill, do we also consider our portable bulk fills? I thought it was fairly open. That was in section 28.1. But is that something we are considering in our overall in how we're identifying the use of bulk fills? Because we do have the non-potable water bulk fill stations as well. Just to be sure that we're including that.
Through the chair to Deputy Refold, thank you. That's a good point, bringing up the non-potable bulk fill as well. So
Okay.
I'll make sure.
Thank you. So just including that somehow. In terms of your commentary on the water, I think that's a great point, just some sort of statement, because essentially any of those parameters can change, and maybe in the future, pharmaceuticals is going to be considered. That's always a huge concern. Just having recently read a study from Ontario on some of the incredible amounts of product that are in the fish population and all the concerns related to that. So that may come our way as well. So that led me to another question on the wastewater aspect, and that was, why would we list the parameters of the wastewater as an appendix when that could change as well? And that would not a statement be more, or would a statement be adequate in terms of that as well, to be subject to the provincial standards, as opposed to, because what you're doing is you're making a list, which I appreciate, but at the same time, could that be something that is just a link that we provide to the standards from the province? Just a question on that.
Through the chair to Deputy Refold, that's a good question. I'm sure to avoid continuing to amend the bylaw, a statement would be good. I just want to clarify with that wastewater, a lot of the times it's what your wastewater treatment plant can handle. So this is water going into the wastewater treatment plant. The province regulates what comes out after it's treated.
Okay,
Yeah.
so this is
So
from us. This is something we have to update as well.
Yeah, so this is just based on what kind of water treatment plant you have, what kind of wastewater it can accept. That can change, as you mentioned, based on the current plant condition, the type of plants you have throughout the county. So I do believe a statement on that would be good instead of having the appendix. We could definitely do that.
And just clarify that. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
So then the other point of water that is something we're dealing with, typically you're asking for stormwater management plans, but there is a statement about stormwater in 32.1 where it's just mentioned that it should not be admitted to wastewater. Do we have any other policy related to stormwater other than we do require it when, almost all applications, and we were even talking about it in terms of an amendment to the red tape reduction today, just in terms of how we deal with the stormwater aspect on properties. Do we have another policy somewhere on that?
So currently, from the development side, stormwater side, we rely on City of Calgary standards, and we are currently developing our own servicing standards. So that will be covered in there. I also talk about, I believe it's section 7 talks about servicing standards, administrative procedures. I'm not sure if stormwater specifically mentioned in there. It just 7.1 that the utility authority may establish, approve, amend, and replace service standards and administrative procedures consistent with this bylaw. So stormwater is not necessarily meant to be part of the utility one. It's just we don't want people's sump pumps connected to a storm wastewater system at the end of the day. I'm not aware of anywhere else we have that, but I can definitely double check that before.
Okay, thank you. I have 2 minor edits, which I can share with you after. And then a couple more questions just in relation to the use of non-potable water. I think you mentioned just now that there was the water conservation bylaw, but in terms of actual use of the water, I know we have it stated somewhere, but in a policy somewhere, not only related to the use for connections to, so for the premises, but any future use perhaps through agreements. Is there any statement that we have in relation to the use of potable water that it would not be used for exterior use, that type of, if you want to call it, parameters?
Through the chair, I know we have a statement about waste, water use and waste. No person shall waste water or use water contrary to this bylaw or any restriction imposed by the county. The county may impose restrictions on water use where necessary to protect source availability, treatment capacity, pressure, fire protection capacity. So we have those statements in there, but we can certainly expand on section 23 where it talks about non-potable water. Some of that comes from, getting, if there's any data centers or anything like that in the future, some of them want to use this kind of water. But I think I need to differentiate maybe a statement in here, like, for example, our non-potable fill and Millerville. I think this is where I can make that section a little bit more clear. So
And
it's a good point.
distribution as well.
So
that if you have the section in there with some very excellent lists, so that is your section in relation to the large scale users, and you have that in terms of how the customers will be set up, third-party systems and non-standard utility service. So you've got a lot of things in there that'll cover, but just the idea of the water use, that we somehow, do we have some kind of a consistency in the water use where, we can identify either a benefit to the county or some other fee structure or some other aspect to it whenever you're looking at specific use. And I guess those would come in individual agreements, but in the terms of the bulk fill, which is the most obvious one, I guess that is something we aren't able to restrict in any way, and I wasn't looking to do that. But when we have customers to our own systems that we provide service through the various water and wastewater utilities, but perhaps there is something in terms of the use for the communities that are already hooked up to water or maybe future users as well. So that kind of covers my main questions, but the one last kind of area would be, I guess, imposition of any restrictions. And I guess those would be kind of a custom thing, I guess, through special agreements. So, and then you mentioned also the water conservation bylaw. So I guess that was one I just wanted to touch on because of when something is being distributed, do you have any way for keeping an eye on any of the things like how the distribution is used or the water quality or those if you want to call it side effects? So, and one was 24 was meters, 25 was water use and waste, which you mentioned already. But just in terms of how, is that something that we would just do through policy? Maybe that's another one that we just cover off as just on the to-do list here.
for sure, we can look at that.
And again, thank you for all the work on this.
Thank you. Anybody else? So the request today then would be for first reading. And then from there you would go get a legal opinion and then plan a public hearing before second and third.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Deputy Revol.
No one else is piping up, then I will be happy to make that motion for first reading, and that we would also then go through the process of the legal opinion and the setting up of the public meeting, however you want to organize that into a motion to achieve those three things.
Okay, I think just a motion for first reading and then
separate,
from
do
there,
that separate.
I don't know if we need a motion for the second and third piece, just motion for first and then you'll proceed from there.
Got
Okay.
it. First reading it is.
Okay, motion for first from Deputy Reeve Ohl. Nobody else wants to talk about this? All in favor? That motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's carry on to B10, Fish Creek Water Co-op request for a meeting, page 83. We'll go to CAO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a letter that comes to council from Fish Creek Water Co-op Limited. I believe council's aware through prior committee reporting that there was a meeting set up with the co-op prior to their first AGM. the Reeve, Deputy Reeve, Councillor Kendall, and myself, as well as Director Kruger, met with a group of individuals who had established the co-op. They did indicate at that meeting that they had wished to have a meeting with council at some point, but we did pose a number of questions to the group of individuals at that meeting as well that we asked them to contemplate in advance of sending a letter to council. Just to go back a little bit further before that meeting, I believe council's aware that staff had put quite a bit of work in. We had some engineering support as well as mapping support to provide data and information to what was called the Water Coalition prior to establishment of the co-op itself as a formal entity. That was all really in anticipation of a local improvement levy process as a second process to a prior local improvement process that had taken place a number of years ago to look at servicing properties north and south of the existing West Foothills water treatment plant area. Currently, West Foothills water treatment plant provides bulk fill services as well as services a handful of residents at this point in time. Now, from an administrative point of view, I would just suggest to council that prior to meeting with the co-op itself, we may wish to have some closure on that process, the local improvement process, and all of the work that went into providing information to the prior coalition. Certainly, that's council's purview to determine whether you'd like that closure or not. But again, there was a significant expense and time that went into that, so it'd be nice to know if that's come to an end, that is the case. Many of the individuals who were part of the coalition are also now part of the co-op, so that may be a very simple conversation in that regard. The other thing maybe for council just to contemplate in reviewing the letter from the water co-op is the prior item that you just dealt with. And that's a draft utility bylaw that does cover things like how you might add a bulk user to a water system. So not having a bylaw in place, it may be premature to have a discussion with a co-op looking to have a separate entity set up that would be buying water from the county. You may wish to just postpone any meetings with any groups asking for that type of service until we've worked our way through the bylaw process, which will likely come a little bit later this fall once we've got our legal review of the document and then schedule a public meeting to review the bylaw itself prior to considering second and third reading. So just a couple of things for council to contemplate. Certainly not an issue if you would like us to organize having the group come forward for a meeting with council, but it will be sometime in the fall at the very earliest.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you for the background on providing where we're at today. And as you heard, we did have a request for information through an expression of interest. That was last summer. So we worked through that and had a couple of public meetings associated. And the next step was to have been a back and forth with questions and another public meeting just to determine the interest level in the community related to the study, which was released on January 15th, 2026. So it'd be interesting to hear if there was any interest in particular north of the water treatment plant. There's an area where there was a lot of interest. So the residents in that area were almost fully interested, subscribed to looking at next steps. So it'd be interesting to hear if there was any interest there. And then, of course, following the direction of the co-op, they have turned direction to a different scope and with a lot of effort and volunteering from their board, they're putting together a different pathway, if you want to call it, in relation to how they may secure interest in the project that they're working on currently. So with that direction in mind, and then also with the engineering that has been provided over the last year, and of course this particular project has a long history, and that can be shared at some point if anyone's interested in that information. But one of the big deals was, of course, securing water license so that any of these discussions could take place. So with that in place, we have the opportunity. As you see in the letter that is in our agenda package, starting page 83, and then on a few pages after that, you can see there's a lot of there's some background, potential benefits, and points to resolve. So while we had a discussion at our first meeting and we attended the AGM, there's 3 that attended from Foothills County as well, attended their AGM to hear more about the project and to learn who's involved. We also will have some questions ourselves. So the questions they have formulated were from some discussion, but we also have some from the county's point of view. And as was mentioned by our CAO, we do have the draft public utilities bylaw, which will be of impact as well to servicing. So those are all really interesting components to what might be a future relationship. So while we see the relationship here as being requested in the form of a meeting to start off with the rest of council being a part of this information sharing and a request that they have to connect, we see that all in the letter. We also have the point of interest, which is the bylaw, which has some very relevant information. So with that in mind, I would propose a motion and certainly love to hear from the rest of council on any points of clarity they'd like to receive or comments they'd like to make. But the motion perhaps could be such that council would acknowledge the request letter and work with the Fish Creek Water Co-op to coordinate a meeting when the framework within the public utilities bylaw is in place. So that's not too far in the distant future, as we already have first reading today. And over the summer, some of the work behind that may take place and then would come right again in the fall. So from my understanding from the Fish Creek Watershed Co-op is they wanted a little bit of time to prepare as well. So I think our timing might work out well together to hear more from them as to what they're working on. So that would be my draft motion and be open to any other thoughts or comments. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So we have that motion. I guess Director Kruger, a couple of questions I had. So the goal in this, as laid out in the letter, is to get water to Pritis. So how many residents of Pritis have been expressing interest in getting a serviced water to their doors?
To the chair. Now, I haven't been involved as long as some other staff members, but I have not received any correspondence from any resident regarding this project or wanting water since I've been part of this project. The one in Pritis too, I spoke to our manager of utilities who has a long history in Pritis about all our facilities we have just west of there, water, wastewater. And if any money was to be spent, if there's water needed there, then it could come from there too. So there's options, but no, nothing's come my way.
Okay, and under the Water for Life grant, no, that's for hamlets, I believe. So is Pritis a hamlet? Does it qualify as a hamlet under Water for Life?
To the chair, the first time we applied for that, I believe when we applied for that, it is qualified as a hamlet, but due to the lot sizes, it's not qualified under the Water for Life program. The lot sizes are too large. They're small as an acre up to 3 acres in some places and serviced by wells and septic systems and fields. So under that program, under those grants, they're not eligible due to the lot sizes.
Okay. And so the goal in this is Fish Creek Water Co-op wants to be a customer of Foothills County at the Fish Creek Water Plant. So the map I saw has the pipeline going from the Fish Creek Co-op, right almost past the is it the Hawks Landing, I think, water plant they call it, before it gets to Pritis. So if the goal is Pritis, why would we not go from Hawks Landing? I guess it's not perhaps a question for you, but just a comment, I guess.
So that's the same question I had. And as it stands for us, if we needed to expand service there, I'm told our water plant, wastewater treatment, there's plenty of capacity. We do have, from my understanding, we have available license, but in order to supply more, expand our service area, we need a reservoir. So that's how we can expand service in that area. It's just a new water reservoir, which is something we can figure out in the future if we need to, but that's how that would work in that area. It's just building a reservoir that Alberta Air Environment will tell us what size we need just for storage capacity, so we can access that extra license in order to expand our service area in that area.
Okay. And finally, so getting to a yes. So what they're asking for is the county to say, yes, we would take them on as a customer, the co-op. What is required to get to a yes, we would sell to them? So there's a water license, and we're talking about Fish Creek. We're not talking about Hawks Landing. So does the water license allow for water to go all the way to Pritis? And what other things off the top of your head, I guess, to get to yes?
Through the chair, to be honest, at this stage, I don't believe we have any bylaws or framework or policies that really has guidelines on how we can take them on as a customer. I made myself I started this new bylaw that we spoke about in the previous item on the agenda. I started this back in November last year. And when this came out, I went through that bylaw to see how we could use that in situations like this. I don't see it as a standard customer account. A standard utility customer is typically an owner or customer receiving service to a specific premise through a county-approved service connection. The co-op is proposing to purchase water from the county and to distribute it to multiple members throughout infrastructure that does not currently exist. I would say that makes it a non-standard servicing proposal at this time, and not your normal water account. So currently, I would say it would have, if we were to go ahead without looking at the bylaw that just received first reading, yeah, I'm not sure how to handle that yet.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, that's all the questions I had for you. I guess just a few comments. I'm in favor of the motion. I have no problem meeting with the co-op at the appropriate time. My concern is we've spent a lot of money, a lot of staff time, a lot of resources that all comes out of taxpayer dollars on water in this general area over the years. And it all seems to go nowhere. There's always a cost. And while we look at this being grant fundable, I'm not sure what grants there are actually available. But even if it is grant fundable, there's still a significant cost to the residents who would hook up to it. Not just down the road, but also getting to a point where they would be ready to apply for a grant. So I guess my questions that I would like answered before we commit any more staff resources to this is I would like to know who's going to pay for the pre-grant costs, because that could be hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'd like to know how many residents in Pritis are actually wanting water connections and are actually willing to pay for it. And what I mean by pay for it, I mean, I really don't know. I think the Millerville hookup was like in the neighborhood of $10,000 or $15,000, $20,000. There needs to be a willingness to buy in by the residents. And so how many Pritis residents are willing to do that? I'd like an understanding from the community, from the co-op, in terms of why we would skip over Hawks Landing water plant and go to Pritis. It just, there's a lot of things that don't make sense in terms of why we would choose this route. And is it really about getting to Pritis? Is it really about serving residents there? Or is it really about trying to force the hands of grant people to get money? Because the grant money people will see through any of that if that is what's really taking place. The other final question I would propose to the group, and hope and all of these I hope they'll have answers before they would come, has to do with pecuniary interest on the board. So I was at the first general meeting. There was a very quick note put up on the screen about pecuniary interest. but no real significance to ensure that there is no pecuniary interest. We've seen community organizations struggle with this in the past, and I would want to know that they're taking it serious to make sure that they're all above board, so that they don't wind up dragging the whole co-op into the legal mud because of one or two people. So whether that's a piece of paper that every member of the board signs saying that we do not have a pecuniary interest or something like that, I think there needs to be something a little bit more. So with that, yes, I am in favor of meeting with them at the due time in terms of how the motion was put forward to us. The only one I have left, Deputy Revo, will go back to you.
Sure. Thank you for all the discussion and comments. I just wanted to state too for the residents of Pritis that there is no project at this time. So there's no project in place. So there's certainly there will be dialogue from the co-op members with residents, but just so they know that there's nothing being forced on them by the county at this time, that it would be in the process of future and also through information sharing. So just so everyone understands here that no one's being forced into anything at this point, and the co-op has a work before them, and they have a full list of questions themselves that they've identified, along with the ones that have been posed here today. So just so everyone knows, a lot of work and research has to be going into this whole thing so that their questions can be answered, our questions could be answered, and then we'll see if there's a path forward. And we do that through our meetings, which is what the motion is proposed here today, that council would acknowledge the request letter and work with the Fish Creek Water Co-op to coordinate a meeting when the framework within the public utilities bylaw is in place.
Okay, so I think we all know the motion to acknowledge and to direct administration to plan a meeting in the due course of time when those things are done. Councillor McHugh. Oh, sorry, that motion was made by Deputy Revol that we would.
Okay, thank you. To the chair, I'll speak in opposition to the motion. Every public hearing, it is a requirement in Foothills that you prove water, and echo the comments from the Reeve that this is a waste of staff time. And if you want to live where there's no water in a municipality where you're supposed to prove water, this is onerous and exasperating, and I am not in favor. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? I will call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion is defeated. Councillor McHugh.
Accept letter for information.
Motion to accept the letter for information. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, it is past lunchtime. Anybody motion for break for lunch from Councillor Alger? All in favor? Motion carries. See you back shortly. Welcome back. I'll open the public hearing at this point in time for Penaugus. I'm sorry if I pronounced that incorrectly. Northeast of section 1, 2029 west of 4, amendment to CR district, page 110 of our agenda. Manager Barrett, could you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council today, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearings. So this afternoon, we will start with a presentation from our planning officer today. That is Teresa Chipchase. Following her presentation, we will go to the applicants and your agent for any presentation or comments that you have for council. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that wish to speak. I don't have anybody registered at this point in time, but if anybody shows up, they will be given an opportunity to speak. Following that, we'll go to closing comments, first to the applicants and your agent for closing comments, and then to planning officer Chipchase for her closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, planning officer Chipchase, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Go. So good afternoon, Reeve and Council. The application before you is from Mr. and Mrs. Romel and Christy Penoyes, represented by Mrs. Robin Earhart of Township Planning and Design. This is a request to amend the country residential district for the property legally described as Plan 9211338, Block 6, Lot 2, within the northeast of Section 1, Township 20, Range 29, west of the 4th Meridian, in order to allow the future subdivision of one new 4.5 acre country residential district lot with a 4.59 acre country residential balance remaining. The parcel is within Division 1 and is located approximately 8 kilometers north of the town of High River and 6 kilometers east and south of the town of Okotoks. Further, it is southeast of the hamlet of Alderside, directly south of 418th Avenue, and directly east of 79th Street East and Provincial Highway 2A. The application falls within the county's Highway 2A Industrial Area Structure Plan, the applicable details of which were provided in council staff reports. The highlights of that document with respect to this application are the parcel falls within the historic country residential section of the ASP, as shown on the map to the far left, and is outside of phase 1 of the overall ASP growth concept plan, as shown on the screen to the right. The growth concept plan additionally provides that further country residential subdivision should only be considered within the north half of Section 1, where the applicant is located, and only once adequate servicing becomes available, which the water co-op currently provides and the county's new water system would eventually provide. As previously mentioned, the lands are within the Maple Leaf Water Co-op. The co-op, when privately operated, provided that one additional lot from each of the 20-acre blocks within the north half of Section 1 could be accommodated. In the year 2000, when the system became the county's responsibility, council allowed this to continue, allowing each of the 20-acre parcels within the north half of Section 1 to provide one additional application for subdivision. Anomalies to this are the 3 properties that are shown here, where a second subdivision from each of these 20-acre parcels were approved, one of which was approved by the Municipal Government Board and allowed a well to be provided to that lot. Upon circulating the application to the county's Public Works Department, they have provided that the water co-op now has more than adequate capacity to connect additional development to the system, illustrating that past development limitations were based on county licensing with respect to connection to the town of High River system. So the proposal today asks council to consider amending the country residential district to allow the future subdivision of one new 4.59 acre lot with a 4.59 acre balance remaining, which is shown here in green. Just a note, council will have noticed in their parcel history section of the staff report, as well as the land use bylaw section, that upon a research of the property's history, staff would consider this to be a nominal 10-acre parcel, and therefore the application would not require an exemption to the county's density policy. With regards to access, the parcel currently has an existing approach that is located here along the north boundary of the property within the far northwest corner from 418th Avenue East. Access to Lot 1 is proposed to be located approximately here, constructed as a standard single approach from 79th Street East, which is a partial service road parallel to Highway 2A on the east side of the applicant's property. Taking a look at the physiography, the applicant's parcel outside of the yard site and accessory buildings is flat grassland north and south of the yard site, with a slight slope from the west down to the east. Open, slightly rolling haylands cover the eastern half of the existing lot. There's also a small wetland in the northeast corner of the property that is fed by drainage that is off adjacent property to the north, which flows through the ditch on the south side of 418th on the north side of the applicant's property. This would be a visual of the small naturalized wetland within the northeast corner of the applicant's property, shown to the left, which is fed from the drainage through the ditch on the south side of 418th, as shown to the right. The balanced parcel is proposed to be 4.95 acres, and under the county's land use bylaw, a parcel of this size would be allowed 4 accessory buildings, not to cumulatively exceed 3,095 square feet. The applicant has 17 structures of various sizes that are currently on this property. The site plan on the screen to the left indicates which of those structures the applicants will be removing from the balanced parcel, which are 12 structures that you see in bright blue, with 3 sheds, a barn, and a sea can to be retained on the site as shown in gray. The applicant's agent is aware that a development permit will be required to retain the sea can, and provided that the appropriate application for retention of this structure will be provided. These are photos of a few of the accessory structures, including the sea can, that are currently located on the property. It was also noted upon site inspection of the property that the applicants are utilizing portions of the parcel for the outdoor storage of materials, equipment, and vehicles that are related to a business, as can be seen in the 2 aerial imageries that are shown on the screen. The business use was discussed with the landowner's agent, whereby it was provided that the appropriate development permit application for this use would be provided to the satisfaction of the county, and then an explanation of the business use would be provided to council this afternoon as part of the agent's presentation. It was further discussed with the applicant's agent that a home-based business type 3 would be required due to the outdoor storage on the property. A home-based business type 3 is listed as a discretionary use in the country residential district and therefore may be approved by a development officer. With this, council will have noted in their staff reports a suggested condition should the application be approved, which requires the landowners to provide a complete development permit application to the satisfaction of the county for the CCAN, the accessory buildings, and the business that are requested to be retained on the property. This photo provides an example of some of the types of outdoor storage that are currently on the property. You'll see the trailers and the skid steers and some various pieces of equipment. Moving into the proposed lot, here facing northwest from 79th Street East, the new access would be located approximately here. In the far background, to the far background where the residence and the yard site are located, with 418th Avenue to the far background and Highway 2A to the far right. Facing south from 418th Avenue, this is the existing parcel with the proposed lot to the left and the balance to the right. The access to the balance is existing here. Existing here from 418th Avenue East, and the access to the new lot is proposed here from 79th Street East. The application was circulated in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on June 24th and July 1st, 2026, and was sent out to area landowners within a half-mile of the application, with no letters received prior to today's hearing. The application was also externally provided to Alberta Transportation, who has agreed to allow variances to sections 18 and 19 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation upon circulation of the subdivision to their department. Internally, the application was also referred to the county's Public Works Department, who have recommended as conditions of subdivision that the new parcel provide a septic disposal evaluation and further provide connection of the new lot to the Maple Leaf Co-op water booster station and distribution system. Should council choose to approve the application, staff is also requesting a slight amendment to condition number 1 of the suggested conditions within the staff report. As the application is within the H2AI ASP, there is no requirement for the community sustainability fee to be provided. Therefore, this should be removed from this condition. And this would conclude my presentation, Mr. Reeve and council. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. I'm just wondering, your last comment there about the community sustainability fee. So is the H2AIASP areas, is that, it's all exempt from the CSF fee?
Yes, it is exempt from that. Yeah.
Okay, and is that within the area structure plan, or where is that exempt?
It's in our fee schedule. It's
our
in the
fee schedule.
bylaw for our fee schedule. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else, so I'll go to the applicant and your agent at this point in time. If you can just introduce yourselves for the recording secretary and then proceed with your presentation.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Robin Earhart. I'm with Township Planning and Design, and I'll just get my presentation now. All right, am I screen sharing appropriately here? How do you present in this format?
Just working at getting some technology issues sorted out. Welcome back. I think we got our technical difficulties sorted out. So, Ms. Earhart, please proceed with your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your patience while we sorted that out. All right. So the purpose of the application before you today, as Ms. Chipchase has indicated, is to request an amendment to the country residential district to allow for the future subdivision of one new 4.59 acre country residential lot, which will result in a balanced parcel of 4.59 acres as well to remain as country residential. And the intent is to accommodate a single detached dwelling on the new CR parcel. The subject site is located adjacent to Highway 2A, just to the west, and accessed off of 79th Street East, south of 418th Avenue, and adjacent to the hamlet of Alderside, and also within the Highway 2A Industrial ASP, which I will just call the ASP moving forward. So I'll give a little bit of a history, a visual history of it. I know Ms. Chipchase went through this, but we've tried to convey it visually here as well. So initially, the parcel was part of the northern half of the section. And in 1972, there was service road removed. You can see that in yellow along the eastern boundary there. Further, there was additional service road dedication taken out of that eastern boundary, and that is the hatched black area over top of the yellow. There was also a public utility lot that was removed from that southeast corner, and that resulted in the sort of 18.77 acre parcel size on that. In that area, and that is that nominal 20 acres that was referred to. There was a further subdivision of an 8-acre parcel on the south, which resulted in the subject site being that 10.77 acre balance. And that was further reduced through additional road widening. So essentially, this was a 10.77 acre parcel, but because of the road dedication, public utility lot and road widening, it was further reduced, but it is a nominal 10-acre parcel and does not need an exemption from the density provisions. The parcel is in an area that is characterized by significant country residential development, and the balance will remain country residential as well to be consistent with the existing land use in the quarter section. So the proposed application adds one additional lot, which will result in 20 lots in this quarter section, which is less than the 32 allowed in the land use bylaw for the country residential district. And in the context of the policy review here, the application does align with the residential section of the MDP by proposing a country residential district lot in an area that's already fragmented and designated country residential. The proposal for an additional CR lot is compatible with the surrounding area. It's suitable for residential development. It offers an efficient use of the existing CR land use space while maintaining the character of the area. In addition, the lot will utilize the existing municipal infrastructure through the Maple Leaf Water Co-op to improve municipal efficiencies while reducing the rural sprawl. So the amendment aligns with the objectives and policies of the MDP by efficiently utilizing the country residential land use space, capitalizing on municipal infrastructure, and maintaining the character of the area. It also aligns with the growth management strategy. It is in the central district, which is identified as being suitable for additional residential growth. It also can support home-based businesses, which I will review in a minute as well. And it aligns with the direction of this district for country residential use. Within the Highway 2A Industrial ASP, it further aligns with a number of the policies here. So while it is within the historic country residential area, there is adequate water available through the Maple Leaf Water Co-op. Therefore, additional subdivision in this area is supported by the ASP. It is located in a quarter section where the ASP directs further country residential growth, and the phasing concepts allows for further development outside of phase 1 once water is available, which Public Works has confirmed there is adequate water supply for an additional lot. The ASP also supports home-based businesses in this area once servicing is available, and the proposed development again meets this criteria. So the ASP supports the sequential and contiguous development of country residential land, which supports the plan's land use strategy. And the proposal then supports this country residential infill in the industrial corridor and is supported by the ASP. So to give you a little bit of a sense of the home-based business, which we will be submitting a development permit application for, but we wanted to run through some of the details of the business that'll be on site. So it'll be for Big Guns Property Maintenance, which is a property maintenance company that uses the subject site primarily for storing their business equipment and their vehicles. The work does not occur on site. Employees will come to the site, pick up the vehicles and equipment that they need for the day, and then do the work off site. So there's only one non-resident that will work on site at any given time, and any work that they do conduct for like preparing for the jobs occurs in the barn. So there are no off-site nuisances generated here. Everything occurs either in the building or screened or off-site jobs. The business visits will align to the maximum of 12 because there are no clients that come to the site. It is limited only to the sort of 4 to 6 employees that visit the site to pick up materials for the day. And parking is also available for those limited employees and is not necessary for any other business visits. And there's no signage proposed. So the only reason that we need the home-based business type 3 category is to allow for the storage of the business materials and so that it can be stored on the site and screened as needed. There are several other businesses in the area. I mean, we're in the industrial corridor here. So on the east, there's significant businesses that are there. Some of the ones nearby are, Sprung Structure and Timber Tech, but some of the other ones on the west include Uncle Bob's Self-Storage to the north, as well as the Foothills School Division Bus Storage Yard. And there's also the Country Storage in the area within that country residential quarter section. Access will be provided to the new lot from 79th Street. Public Works has indicated that new approach needs to be 60 meters from 418th Avenue. So the proposed 418th Street, don't know where that came, Avenue, sorry. The proposed approach is about 70 meters from that intersection, and there's room for an approach in that area. The balance parcel will continue to be accessed by the existing approach off of 419th. Servicing will be provided by extending the water line from the booster station at the end of 79th Street, and that will be the responsibility of the landowners. The proposed lot will continue to be serviced by the existing connection. And as we've noted, Public Works has confirmed that the Maple Leaf Water Co-op has the capacity with these additional licenses and upgrades to the system that are occurring to support this additional connection. And the proposed lot will be serviced by a private septic treatment system, and will conduct a assessment of that as Public Works has indicated, that's a condition. So the existing structures we'll review again quickly here. The ones that you can see in blue are to be removed from the parcel. The existing buildings exceed the number that are allowed. So as Ms. Chipchase indicated, we will submit a development permit to allow for the additional building to remain, because it will be a total of 5 that are to remain, and then we will request the CCAN as well. They do align with the cumulative area for accessory buildings on a parcel of this size. There will also be animal units that will remain within the 3 animal units for the reduced parcel size. So the existing features, the staff report and Ms. Chipchase covered that there is the wet area on site in that northeast corner. That's a result of some of the unmitigated surface water runoff from the properties to the north. So we wanted to give a visual of that as well. And also to demonstrate in the image on the top there that the Lot 1 building envelope is outside of the wet areas because there is that 48-meter setback required from 79th Street. So the building envelope is outside of that area, and there wouldn't be a negative impact on the buildable area or on the wetland area in that northeast corner. If absolutely required, we could do a lot-specific assessment to manage the drainage. So a few site photos to indicate the accessory buildings that are to remain and those that are to be removed. So the large barn is going to remain and the little white shop or sorry, shed are going to remain and the sea can is going to remain. Many of the other buildings will be removed. So these are to demonstrate the existing and proposed approaches as well. The top two are the existing approach looking into and out of the site, and the bottom two are the proposed sort of approach locations and showing the existing conditions there. So in conclusion, this land use amendment does introduce one additional CR lot from an existing country residential parcel. It's located within an area that has established country residential fragmentation. It utilizes the existing municipal infrastructure and offers an efficient use of this land. It aligns with and is supported by the municipal development plan, the ASP and land use bylaw, and the Highway 2 ASP directs the country residential subdivision to this quarter section. And it is compatible with the existing uses. It's designed to reflect the existing parcel sizes, the configuration, and maintain that rural character of the area. And with that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did the landowners wish to speak? Anything?
You don't have to.
Yeah, I just want to thank to all of
Sure, let's
you
get
guys.
the mic right close there so we can all.
Yeah, good afternoon, council. I just want to say thank you for you guys to take a time to look at our application, and I look forward for the approval, of course, but I'll leave it to you guys. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go now to council and administration for any questions you have. Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of the development permits that you just went through and explained, are they three separate or all in one shot? Can you do them all in one? It just, I looked at the conditions and they're listed there, probably economy of words, but I'm assuming maybe separate.
I think the intention would be to have the home-based business one as a separate development permit for the development permit specific to the business. And then we could maybe do the accessory structures to allow for the additional structure and the CCAN to be in one development permit. But I think, so we would submit 2 permits is what our intention is right now, but we would discuss with administration and make sure that we had the sort of most suitable approach to that.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? I don't see any further questions, and I don't have anybody registered to speak. Nobody has shown up in the gallery. So with that, we will now go to closing comments already. So if you had any closing comments you want to share, now would be your chance.
Thank you for the chair. I have nothing further to add.
And back to council administration. Any questions? I don't see any, so we'll go back to planning officer Chip Chase. Any closing comments that you have?
I have nothing further to add, Mr. Reeve. Thank you.
Nothing further. Okay. And back to council and administration one last time for any questions you have. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at this time. You are welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberation and decision. You can also watch it online on the YouTube link found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you folks once a decision is made. And once our minutes are ratified, I should say. Thank you all for coming. Hope you have a good day. We good to go? Okay. So council, while this is fresh in our minds, why don't we proceed with this item? It is in Division 1. I guess I'm just a little bit mixed feelings on this one. On one hand, it is an infill situation. I think it does provide a little more efficient use of the land. But on the other hand, when we look at the area character, so all of these nominal 20s in the area, most of them have been subdivided already once and split into 2. Some of them are still full nominal 20s. This parcel and one other one are the only ones that have actually been split into 3. And now what we're contemplating today would be the first one split into 4. So I guess that's part of my hesitation. The other part is just the access onto the highway. Should we be adding more residences until we get proper access onto the 2A? I fear that we're maybe a little bit premature to be adding more until we get something dealt with this highway access, because it is a very problematic point. So that's my thoughts, and I look forward to comments from the rest of you. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I had a chance to pour over this as well. And just to understand, I think this is a very interesting and unique area with the live work aspect to it. I think it's very unique and a great addition to the character of the area. I think it fits well within the area, and that it does actually fill in an area where there is, adjacency to a hamlet within the same, essentially just across the road. You've got a variety, but it's not interfering with any. It does fit. There could be home-based business on the new parcel as well as the residents. So I feel like it fits in, and it's a good use of the land in the area. So while I respect the comments that were made by our chairperson and the counselor for the area, I also feel like it does fit in the area. So I'm in favor of this application. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any issues with this. It fits within the area structure plan of the area. I don't think a couple more vehicles adding on to the 2A corridor is going to hurt when we're trying to develop this corridor. And hopefully there's going to be some infrastructure down the road, but adding one more parcel into here, I don't believe is going to make a big difference. So I can support it. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I'm really familiar with this corner at 2A and 418 Avenue. Needs a slip lane there. There's no slip lane there. There's just the shoulder. But the buses make it in and out of there. So I don't imagine one more residence is going to make a big difference there. And there's no turning lane. No, it's just shoulder there. And you're coming off the 100-kilometer 2A, and there is just the shoulder. So I'm surprised we haven't had to put a slip lane in there yet. But at any rate, yeah, I'm in support of the application as well.
Okay, that's all that's on the board. Anybody with a motion? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would look at option 1 as is written, the approval of this request for amendment. And I think it's well stated. It deals with the residential policy, the use of the country residential. It has been qualified to us that it's not over density. I guess it does refer to everything staff had also suggested the sub-district A. And I don't know, are we going to require, the only thing I'm just not sure of, do we need to require the deposit? Perhaps I'll ask our planning officer if we need to add that in when I conclude the motion here. So that there was a council may wish to request a $5,000 deposit as a pre-release condition to ensure compliance of all conditions of the development permit. So do we want to go there?
That's usually addressed to make sure that they're in compliance with the engineering that's supplied on this, and they will have to do a little bit of that at subdivision. So typically we do require that. It is up to council if they want to.
So it's not a may here, it's actually our usual process. Just the may word got me here. So I would go with the recommendation from our administration on this. And I would essentially say is as written here. I don't think there's any changes to the staff report as written in the option 1. So I would move option 1, which is the approval of the amendment.
Okay, we got the motion. I'm just going to ask briefly, there was a mention about the community sustainability fee. Because our fee bylaw does not require the community sustainability fee, and it was suggested that should be removed. So that is part of condition number 1, last line on page 119.
Yes, that is correct. Without the community sustainability fee, it is in our fee bylaw that says in the H2A, the community sustainability fee is not required.
Okay.
So I'm making an amendment to number 1.
Okay. So the motion then is for first reading approval, as written, with the exception of the removal of that
That one
payment
set
of the CSF.
And then I'll keep the any other necessary municipal on-site improvements as required by council, but we'll move the other one. All right.
Okay, we have the motion, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can speak in favor of the motion, but through the chair to administration, just quickly on the septic disposal. So condition number 3. So I understand that we're going to have trickle water in here, but the septic disposal evaluation in accordance with part 2, what's part 2? So is this just, what is that speaking to?
Part 2 of the matters related to subdivision and development regulation sets out how septic is to be provided. So it sets out the regulation for septic. So it needs to be in compliance with that part of the regulation.
Okay, so there'll end up, there's not septic in this area. It's just the trick, it's just the water co-op line. So this is just speaking to the fact that they're going to have to test to make sure it's the adequate septic system is put in on the parcel. Is that correct?
Correct. The trickle system is in relation to the water. And then the septic disposal evaluation is for the septic system that they'll need to install.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. We do have the motion from Deputy Revol, first reading approval as written with the exception of the removal of the CSF fee. Don't see anybody else? I will call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our B section. We did B3, B10, didn't we? Okay, let's go to B11, Highwood River Bank Armoring, Northeast 30, 1829, west of 4. So this has essentially no information related to it. This was put on found out about it about half an hour before the deadline for the agenda. So I was unable to put together any details. So the details on this upstream of High River. Yeah, and Mr. Kruger, go ahead and throw up some pictures if you can or the map. Upstream of High River, so the Highway River is got significant protections on the south side of the river. There's all the berming, and then there's the Hoe Dike, and then there's bank armoring, and then there's this spot with nothing for somewhere between a quarter mile and half a mile, and then upstream of there again is more bank armoring. In this last flooding, just over a week ago, this section what does not have any armoring saw significant damage. The bank has eaten away, I would say, roughly as much as 60 yards to the south, and it has caused the water to kind of flow in a direction that will just continue to cause more and more eating away as well. That seems to be the deepest point of the river right now. So rather than it flowing in the path where it was at the north, now it seems to all be flowing at the very south end, even when the water has receded significantly. So I expect this bank will just continue to erode and erode, not just during flood season, but even during low water season. Where this becomes of significant concern is if it continues to eat, it will eventually perhaps change the entire water flow to be going down the Little Bow rather than the Highwood River, as there is an area just to the south that is where the old river bank, or where the old river bed used to be, and that's the direction this wants to go. So I think this needs to be dealt with sooner than later to prevent that, especially considering I think the fish window where we can actually work a little bit in the river is only 3 weeks away, and we've got 2 weeks, I believe, is the 2 or 3 weeks is the time frame to work there. So I don't know if anything can be done that quick, but I guess the reason I put this on here was essentially to do whatever we would need to do to authorize administration to deal with this. So my thinking is what would need to be done is we would need to get approval from Alberta Environment to go in there and fix this with some armoring or something. And we would also need, well, where does the money come from? I think, and perhaps MLA Fowler can highlight that. I think there is money that can be transferred from one flood project to another flood project. We already have it, I think. And so we would need authorization to do that, I believe, as well as to request of the province that this flood money can be transferred to use for that. So essentially the ask is whatever we need to do to authorize administration to get this dealt with is kind of what I'm looking at. So with that, I'm hoping Director Kruger and Manager Fowler, if you could provide any details to those pieces, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you to the chair. We do currently have a large balance sitting in our Lower Highwood flood mitigation program that we got the grant from the province from. And this was, of course, to deal with all the flood issues that came from the mitigation work that was done in High River. We've nearly completed that program. We have, things are either in the work, the money is committed, or we've had a bunch of refusals, people that didn't want to accept the offer that we had made. And we have one project that is potential to offer one more relocation property. That's the only outstanding unknown at this time. So we do have a hefty balance sitting there that hasn't been committed to anything as of yet. And I believe the whole process to try to access those funds for a project outside of the scope of what we've already been approved for would begin with a request to Alberta Environment to change the scope of the grant funding to include something very specific like this. What I imagine they would like to have, but I mean, I would double check all this. What I imagine they would like to have is an idea of how much this project would be. So some kind of ballpark number, what that would look like. And I can give a good accounting of, to reassure them these funds are indeed surplus and aren't required for the project that we have approved in front of us. That's where I would start.
Director Kruger, do you want to give any?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't have any much more to add than that. Yeah. Just if there's any pictures I can, I'm trying to share them here as we go, but Donna actually took a lot of these pictures. So yeah, thank you.
And so these pictures with the rocks, that is upstream or downstream from where we're talking?
Okay, this one here, I believe that this one is looking upstream. So we were, there was a previous picture where you had a little shed, like a hay shed kind of thing. And now this one here would be downstream. So we are standing on the southern bank. So yeah, this one here is looking, oh, see, yeah, we were kind of standing behind that for most of the pictures. Like, and so we were looking upstream, and while we were standing there watching, and this was about a month ago, we watched part of the bank fall in upstream, and we were remarking on it and like, oh, we were here to catch that, the big high water event, the early one. And then when we were faced this way, next thing you know, there was a huge splash, and a bunch of that bank fell in the river while we were standing there. And you can kind of see where that bite, I guess, is taken out in the distance there on the shoreline. And that would have been early, do you have the date for that, Beyond? That would have been early July, or sorry, early June. Yeah, the first pictures. Oh, this is after it's been.
Yeah, sorry. This picture here is from last week. And this right here, sorry, this is the last week one, and you can see all of that's gone. They actually had to keep moving the shed because more of the bank was lost. I'll just go back, sorry, just to show. So all of this and more after this picture, the shed had to be moved because more was being lost.
Deputy Revol.
Well, that's happening fast. Thanks for showing us. So we have a lot of experience with the FREC program from the days of old. So we had a lot of engineering. We, went through all these processes already. So I don't know if that helps speed us up because we might even be able to duplicate some of the engineering and pick a curve and see if the curve's anywhere near and give us just an estimate of what it might look like as far as the amount of material. And then the last part of it is sticking willows in the cracks type of thing. There's that whole final bit. But again, that armoring is always just the level that the river is currently at. It never goes above it, but only that it's at. So I think we have some good experience and we know our way down the pathway. But I guess the question is, if we fix it here, is it going to rebound over? So one thing we learned in all this river evaluation is when you fix it on one side and you armor it, well, the river just automatically pushes the other way and you end up having another spot. So with us having found the hole in the dam here, what if we fix it? Perhaps we have to look at that stretch because it's the south bank that's the real risk for sending the High River or the Highwood River down the Little Bow and then bypassing all the infrastructure that's there. So if we have a look at it, maybe we have to do some aerial picture and analysis of if you fill this point, are you going to pick a new spot that's going to be a path of least resistance, really related to how water wants to work?
Just on that, that's a good point. Engineering support will be probably the starting point in this, contacting them and starting that process. And best case scenario, if the river modeling and everything was done, taking into account the bank wouldn't break here, then fixing it in theory shouldn't have a downstream effect. But we'll make sure that will be part of the scope for sure, of the engineering work for this. Yeah.
So to proceed, what do you need from us? Like authorization to request the province to change the scope?
That's correct. And also to start talking to our consultants, the engineers, because Municipal Land Administrator Fowler said they might ask how much. And so we might need to get some estimates from them, some preliminary estimates just on that too. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So those two things to engage. Okay. So I guess I'm suggesting a motion then to authorize administration to make that request to environment to change the scope and to engage engineering support for the project. Does that make sense? That gets things rolling? Okay. Now everybody's on the board. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I will give you that motion.
Okay, got the motion. Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
I would speak in favor of that motion, but just say that it would just be easier to say motion to dump some rocks in the river.
A lot
A lot of rocks. Good thing we have rocks at the Alderside pit. Okay, so we have the motion from Councillor Estes. I think it's clear. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. What is next? Let's go to municipal or miscellaneous planning items. D1, Chinook Feeders 2024 Limited, Southeast 1117, 27 West of 4, second and third reading. Director Hemingway. D1, page 129.
Which one?
It's on the big agenda.
Yeah, we'll stay on the big agenda till we not.
If Drew wants to make his way in here, that would be helpful. Okay, so council, we are looking for second and third reading of the land use district amendment. Council granted first reading to bylaw 59, 2025 on September 17th, 2025, with the four councillors mentioned at the top of the staff report in attendance at that public hearing. So those are the only four that are able to vote on this bylaw for second and third reading. You'll note this application or this request for second and third reading has been postponed twice, on May 13th and on June 10th. Now, the application itself that was granted first reading is for a site-specific amendment to the agricultural land use district on the southeast of 1727 west of the 4th meridian. That's a 160-acre parcel to allow for a anaerobic digester facility. It was approved as a discretionary use and allow for exemptions to the maximum height for the digesters itself up to 30 meters, accessory buildings to a maximum height of 16 meters, and the flare stack to 60 meters. The applicants were required to undertake or as a conditions of first reading to make the development permit application, which has been made. And council has received an analysis from Public Works that suggests that roads in the area do require upgrading to the cost of approximately $1,050,000, which is being requested to be provided by the applicants. We have provided that information again in your staff report. As well, there was some slight changes to the layout between the original application that council saw in first reading and then the development permit that was made, as well as indication that due to some factors associated with BC provincial government requirements, the gas will have to be trucked as opposed to put into a nearby pipeline. And so that would increase the trucking traffic of about, I believe, 3, I could be wrong on that, but 3 additional trucks a day. And so we have indicated a suggestion that council may wish to include, which is that the landowners are to fully execute and comply with all requirements as outlined within a municipal development agreement for the purposes of a road contribution, the amount of $1,050,000 to fund upgrades to 690th Avenue East and 232nd Street East. We've also noted that the payment of the road contribution would be required in advance of further readings of the bylaw. Now, council has the option to move that payment to another location of the application process, for example, such as a pre-release condition on the development permit, just for your consideration as an option. I'll also point out there is a letter that seems to really wasn't originally included in the staff report, as people don't have an opportunity to include letters in second and third reading. But this letter was provided over the last few days and asked to be included in the agenda package. And it's included on page 136. And it's from the proponents of the biodigester, of course, indicating a concern with the $1,050,000 requirement and requesting a meeting. 50,000, not 50, right? More zeros.
Okay. Thank you for that. And yes, it's 1,050,000, not 1,050,000. This is in Division 1. I am in favor of providing second reading today with the added condition regarding the road contribution. It's taken a long while to get to this point with those postponements, but I do think we're now ready to proceed with it as contemplated. It's an interesting situation that this application proposes. Capturing the natural gas is the right thing to do, but in order to qualify for green energy credits, which are worth a lot of money, I understand, the gas cannot be injected into the nearby gas pipeline system, but instead must be compressed, liquefied, loaded onto trucks, and transported across the road network into BC before it is then put into the natural gas pipeline. One can't help but wonder what the environmental impacts truly are of green energy. But alas, that's not in our municipal purview. That would be provincial and federal governments. Hopefully they are paying attention what their policies create. I would look in reference to the letter from the proponents requesting to meet regarding the road contribution. Unfortunately, in the interest of procedural fairness, it would be inappropriate to meet at this point in time. $1,050,000 is a significant amount of money for road contribution. And I have been over and over this in my head, trying to figure out, is this the right solution? Are we on the right track? and exploring different options. The bulk of the traffic that we are concerned with today is from the attached feedlot. But the feedlot and the biodigester are very much a connected and combined entity. It's the cumulative impacts that really bring this to light today. Those impacts continue to grow with every application we see on this property. And I realize that the biodigester will technically lower truck counts, but it will also consolidate the trucks. Rather than them going from the feedlot and spreading out in every direction, they consolidated into one very specific road. The county has spent considerable money upgrading the road systems over the years to service the feedlot. And while the feedlot has contributed some dollars, it has been largely paid for by the taxpayer. The county will need to spend significantly more dollars in the near future. And who's going to pay for this? I don't believe it should be the taxpayer. It should be the user. Other feedlots in Foothills have contributed large dollars in the past for road upgrades, such as the pavement to what is now the Rimrock feedlot. If this was in Lethbridge County, they would be subject to the cow tax to pay for road upgrades. A cow tax, by comparison, a feedlot of this size would be $140,000 per year. That's a significant chunk of money, which when you consider it in perspective of the $1,050,000 road contribution, I think ours is significantly cheaper. So while I don't like charging this kind of road contribution, I do believe it is fair. It's fair to the county. It's fair to the taxpayer. And yes, I believe it is fair to the developer. I do expect to get some pushback. In fact, I already have this past week. But I see this as the fair way to proceed for all involved. So as such, I am in favor of proceeding with second reading today because I think we got to get this going. And I believe the added conditions are appropriate. With that, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for that dissertation. That was excellent, and I agree with you 100%. I have no problem with going to second reading too. I just wanted to clarify because of the letter that said that we stopped this disproportionately because of the road contribution, and that was not my reason for not going forward. My reason was because of the gas now being trucked as opposed to being piped, that all of a sudden we didn't know how many trucks, how much more traffic, and it was different than what was at the public hearing. That was my only reason for putting a wool on it until we got more information, and I've got that information and happy to proceed. Thank you.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. And when the planning department looked at this, they looked from the information that was brought out in the hearing. So there was no new information brought in. So when the analysis was done, it was identified to us, which I appreciate, that we have now an explanation before us that essentially traffic would be approximately 50% reduced. And there would be additional trucking to remove the liquefied natural gas. So that is the give and take that's happening here. So essentially we are coming out ahead on the overall traffic because of the potential operations which are proposed at this point. So with that in mind, and with the explanation, which was what I had also been waiting to see the outcome for, that little investigation on this has helped me to see that comparison has helped, as well as the time to do the dollars and cents on the road has been helpful, just to do that time and have that information before us here at second reading. So with that in mind, I can support the second reading, but I also appreciate that there's just a whole lot of complexity to this, and I appreciate the preparation of the information stated by the Reeve, who's division for the area. Thank you. Division Councillor for the area. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, the contribution is required by when? The development prior. So we're doing second today, so then we wouldn't be doing third today. So I am not opposed to seeing it go to the development permit stage, so this could have second and third and would be hammered out then. Through the chair to administration. So has there been a change? Like if you don't doing CNG, I don't know if that is the same as LNG. So have there been updated drawings for the compressor to make this happen? Like that's a significant change. How does the CNG component happen here? Compressed natural gas, that wouldn't have been in the original collection.
Would probably be a development permit item.
Well, I guess I just raised that point. Maybe we don't go to third, but you don't just compress natural gas. Well, you do, but not if you got to take it to the stage of liquid. There would have to be a design change somewhere for that compressor.
Deputy Reeve Ohl. Oh, that's Director Hemming. Oh, Dr. Hemingway, go ahead.
My suggestion is that it's not, that is encompassed within the biodigester approval for land use. We didn't get into the technical details associated with the construction of the biodigester. That's Alberta Environment's purview. That application has to go to the province. It's their approval to allow. And we've indicated that they have to make a development permit application to us and that we'll issue it in advance of Alberta Environment's. And if Alberta Environment's decision is different than what our development permit is, they will have to reapply for our development permit. So that's a risk they were willing to take. But the technical aspects of the design, we weren't going to attempt to control. Is that certainly not something that we have any authority or jurisdiction or understanding or knowledge thereof.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
So if we go to a pre-release condition for the development permit and it's only for the biodigester, and if something happens in regards to that, then we'll never see money for the existing operation impacts on the road. It'll only be in relation to the approval of the biodigester. Did I understand that correctly?
If council chooses to require the funds to be provided as a pre-release condition of an approved development permit, we would execute the development agreement as a condition of second reading, stating that they will pay these funds as a pre-release condition of an approved development permit. Then we grant third reading, then we grant the development permit. And it isn't actually granted until all the pre-release conditions are met. So they have 2 years at that point, one to start and one to finish. They also have to go through the Alberta environment process. So it's a lot of work to do, but their land use issues will be dealt with at that point in time. So we will have a legal agreement with them that these funds will be paid in advance of the issuance of the development permit, but they will have to, another pre-release condition will be approval from Alberta Environment. So these are big conditions they have to meet.
So it's really contingent on only this development that would make the payment happen, not the existing fee.
Oh, yeah, no.
So that was my point,
You
really.
are correct.
Okay, thanks. That's okay, but I appreciate the explanation. It was much clearer for me now. Thanks.
And through to Director Hemingway, if the road contribution was moved to the development permit stage, that would then be appealable.
No, because I suppose it could be, but we would have an executed legal agreement with them stating that they agree to pay these funds at the pre-release condition of a development permit. They can always appeal a condition of a development permit, any of them. But yes, it's a pretty hard argument when they've executed an agreement. What is a threat is if the province chooses to exempt them from any further planning actions within section 17.
As was done
You
with
don't
our
have a development
previous.
permit. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, are we ready Director Granson, you wish to speak?
As, if I may, yes.
Deputy.
Just going through the submitted documents from 2025, there was reference to a booster compressor for basically compressing the gas to the appropriate liquid state, which was intended to be injected into that pipeline at that point. So there was a reference to a booster compressor with that 2025 application.
Okay, so are we ready for a motion? Go ahead, Deputy Evil.
So I guess we just have to acknowledge the risk of going to a DP stage, because if we don't have a DP, if the province, for example, changes the process and does not require that, then we don't have the ability to request those funds. So would it be better to stay between second and third in order to achieve what's being asked here? I'm kind of back to the original, although I appreciate the discussion. I think that the risk is there for it to not even be a part of the process.
Councillor McHugh.
Well, then we would go after the province for the $1 million contribution to the roads would be my comment. Like, I think we're beating that to death. In all fairness to the applicant, I think it has to be at the DP stage, not between second and third.
And that would be interesting to go after the province for $1 million. Well, I guess we can just try out a motion and see where it lands. So the motion laid out here is that it would be between second and third, but suggesting it could be put off till DP stage as well.
Council wanted to change that to, I would say number 2. In the recommended conditions, payment of the road contribution as noted above will be required either in advance of further readings of the bylaw or be required as a pre-release condition of the development permit. Could be either or.
Put or and then make the choice after.
Nope. Nope.
Yeah, we don't have a motion yet, so in my mind, we're safer with second and between second and third, but if anyone wants to make a motion, Deputy Revo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to test the motion as it's written because I see the risk potentially. And then we still have opportunity. We have a third reading yet to come. And if there's anything that comes to us not new, but just related to how we manage this, then we can deal with it at that time. I'm thinking this because of potential for losing the ability to even charge the fee, the amount. So I would test out the motion recommended in the staff report on page 131 that landowners are to, these are the conditions of second reading. So motion for second reading with the conditions that are stated. Landowners are to fully execute and comply with all requirements as outlined within the municipal development agreement for the purposes of a road contribution of $1,050,000 to fund the upgrades to 690 Avenue East and 232 Street East. And number 2, payment of the road contribution as noted above will be required in advance of further readings of the bylaw.
Okay, we have that motion. Just to continue beating this through to Director Hemingway. So we get the $1,050,000. And then for some reason it does not proceed. That would be refundable if they do not apply for the full process, correct?
We would execute that in the development agreement, saying that if they chose not to proceed with the biodigester via the process of either the development permit or the Alberta environment, that we would refund those fees.
Okay, thanks.
So, but we wouldn't provide further readings on the bylaw. So we would undo the bylaw at that point in time. We would do both in the development agreement.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we have that motion for second reading as contemplated in our agenda. All in favor, and just the four. That motion carries. Let's go to D2, Temple, Southwest 3521, west of 5, request for concurrence with telecommunication tower, page 137. Back to you, Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is a proposal for a 45-meter self-supported telecommunications tower for ExploreNet Communications in Councillor Alger's division in the southwest of 35-2001 west of 5th Meridian. This application has gone through the process of the municipal consultation and has provided you in your staff report a great deal of information associated with what they are trying to achieve, why they are looking at this location, and what the area landowners have provided as far as concerns go. You can see it's just directly north of the highway. Is that Highway 549? Just at this, the beginning of the speed turn as it turns north coming out of Okotoks. It's right on the highway. It's very close to the highway. Although Alberta Transportation has okayed the location. This is the same parcel that we hear a great deal about with that's been doing the grading, bringing the dirt out of the city of Calgary and doing the grading work on it. This application has had a previous concurrence quite a few years ago. It expired. Council was concerned when they came in to allow for that application to proceed. Even though it had expired, council was very concerned as there's a number of new residential developments in the area, and they felt that the public consultation process should occur again in advance of consideration of concurrence. So that's before you today for your consideration.
Thank you for that. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 141 of our agenda, option 2, I give you the motion for non-support of the proposal. Speaking to the motion, I spent the day yesterday traveling around the area, speaking to the residents in the area. The public consultation was done. They held an open house. I believe 10 people showed up. They did a mail out of 140 some. 2 of the residents that I talked to didn't get that letter. The third one was away for the allotted time to report back. But what I mostly looked at was what the view shed of all these homes was going to be. So I just nosed into people's driveway and knocked on the door and said, here's what's going on. Quite a few of them were quite surprised. When I look on the map on page 174 of the network coverage by putting this tower in, it is such a minor area that is being covered. I'm just thinking now we're going to go move 5 miles in any direction and want to put another one in. One of the letters from to Ms. Klein was from Larry and Gloria McDonald, speaking of the technology and the kind of the 90s technology of this tower operation, putting towers everywhere. And for me being in view, you know, their answer was that, well, we're painting it gray and it's a lattice style, so you can still see the mountains through the tower. I mean, that's not, that's not, doesn't do it for me. So when I looked around, like I said, I went on the hill, I went northwest, east, south, went up on the hill in Okotoks into the Mountain View area, the new development up in there, that all looks west into the mountains. That tower is right in the middle of all those view sheds. And again, when it was here a month ago that I said, take it back to the public forum, was because of all the new development in the area. And it's and I talked to some of those proponents also, and they're there's just nobody that's in favor of this. So I also did kind of the comparison this morning when we were talking about the GPS and the little hub that we're doing, that, you know, is just right from north to south as far as you can go from Edmonton to Calgary, with little hubs here and there with little antennas that are up on roofs and have that GPS coverage. Why can't they do the same thing with towers as opposed to these 45-meter towers? So again, it's a technology thing. And the other thing was what I mentioned to a couple of residents is if you go a mile northwest of this location is where the Rogers radio towers are. Now I'm going to assume there's going to be some conflict of radio waves and satellite waves, but you know, they've already pretty much ruined that quarter for, and also very visible to residents all over Foothills County. And, you know, why can't they co-locate there in somewhere in that area? So there's no better spot for a tower. There's another tower northwest again of the radio towers on 274th and 64th Street. And again, when you go to that one, there's maybe one house that is looking right at it, maybe more than one, but it's you know, it's in the corner of a field in a very agriculturally stated area, as opposed to this one is extreme residential. The coverage does not reach down into the sandstone coulee, which is there's quite a few homes down in there that will not be beneficial of this this tower. So there's just lots of things wrong with it, but mostly it's just not in the right place. I'll speak to our vision statement that says the MD Foothills will take proactive steps to limit the number of towers within the municipality, encouraging carriers to co-utilization. I've never seen that in any application that we've ever dealt with. And that the municipality to have telecommunication towers placed in areas that will have the least amount of opposition and visual impact upon nearby residents. This is extreme visual impact, I would say. So motion's on the floor, and that's where I stand. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Alger for non-support. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. I'll just add to the questions along with the councillor for the area, just that I looked through the package and that really there's a lot of letters that went out to invite others to co-locate, which is the reverse of what we were asking. We were asking for co-location on existing towers, and they were asking others if they wanted to co-locate on this tower. So that no response for that. So I would say that we never really did get an answer on that, and it does come into the question there, but it's certainly close to the road. It's invasive. That particular property has a huge impact on the entire surroundings. So I would agree with your motion. Thank you.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I also would speak in favor of Councillor Alger's motion. I wasn't impressed with the language used to minimize people's thoughts that were brought up at the meetings. And also what jumped out at me was the elevated 4 towers for potential co-location. However, none were able to meet Xplornet's RF coverage objectives due to those towers' distance from the targeted search area, and yet they were all within 5 miles. So that's paragraph right there doesn't really give me much explanation as to why they couldn't co-locate onto the other towers. Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
Just one additional thing that also the Ridge Restaurant is on the west side of Okotoks, which sits up on the hill, and that whole restaurant is situated to look towards the mountains, and this would be right in the middle of their front window.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Alger for non-support. I don't see anybody else. Oh, sorry, Councillor McHugh.
Well, it may not matter. I think I found the page. I was just looking for the target area.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's go to D3, Stumpf, second and third reading, page 228 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. On December 3rd, 2025, council granted first reading to bylaw 77, 2025, authorizing the redesignation of approximately 9 acres from agriculture to country residential district to allow for country residential sub-district A parcel. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met. You'll see the application for subdivision is further on in your agenda package. This is in Councillor Alger's division as well. I would request second and third reading on the bylaw.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If council will remember this, the original application came with a lot that wanted to come off of 274th Avenue. If we look on 232 of our agenda, and it was suggested that the lot be moved to the north end of the property. So anyways, we tried the motion, as you can read in the As you can read in the council meeting minutes, that motion failed, and Councillor Estes was kind enough to make a motion to do a redraw to fill in what I would call that missing tooth at the north end of the property. So that's the way they've laid that out, and falls along the little bit of the riparian area there, but it's not in with the lot. So I'm happier with this design as well, and we're happy to give you the motion for second.
Okay, we have that motion for second. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. And third. From Councillor Callister, sorry, Councillor Alger, you want to speak again?
Nope.
No, I got you. Okay. So Councillor Callister gives us that motion for third. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay. Now let's go to D4, reduction of red tape, proposed land use amendments, page 237 of our agenda. Deputy Director Granson, are you leading us through that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this afternoon, we have a supplementary report and presentation to bring back several proposed amendments within our land use bylaw for the purpose of the red tape reduction. These topics were presented to council on April 29th, with council providing direction to staff regarding which of these general topics to proceed with drafting amendments. We've now drafted several of the text amendments and are seeking further consideration. Staff are seeking additional direction regarding a few specific items. Further, administration is looking for direction from council to proceed with finalizing these draft amendments and scheduling a public hearing for consideration of adoption. There are tables provided comparing the existing policies to the new proposed amendments, as well as a brief rationale for each within Appendix A. That table starts on page 240 of the agenda package. So the first topic of consideration was freestanding solar power systems or private solar power systems. The proposed wording on page 240 through 242 of the staff report consists of revisions to section 4.2 of the land use bylaw, which outlines no development permits required. Staff suggests textual revisions to clarify that private solar power systems, what solar power systems are, as well as rewording for clarity. We've also proposed revising array sizes to better align with the industry standards, typical property demands, and standard panel dimensions. As per suggestions by staff and direction received from council on April 29th, we have revised policy to allow for freestanding arrays up to 500 square feet on residential lots and over 1 acre, and up to 1,000 square feet on agricultural properties without the requirement for a development permit, provided that those arrays do not exceed 15 feet in height above grade. The location adheres to standard property line setbacks of the district. Total lot coverage and building sizes do not exceed the maximums on given properties and does not affect drainage or overland water flow on properties. These draft policies have also increased the size of exemptions for small freestanding arrays, such as for solar fence, gate, livestock equipment, and similar units, from 10.7 square feet to 25 square feet, as this is the area for a standard panel, a standard individual panel. Also pointing out that the proposed revisions remove the requirement for solar arrays to meet the double standard property line setback requirement, as in the existing policy, in order to be exempt from a development permit. Finally, the new policies proposed within section 5.6 in variances would acknowledge and establish the development authority's ability to grant a variance of up to 50% of the maximum allowable size. That would be a discretionary use. So that is within the solar policy changes to solar, private solar power systems. The next topic for consideration was additional policy for the development authority to grant a waiver to the requirements for a development permit on some proposed developments on sub-district A properties. Draft revisions are on page 244 through 247 of the agenda package. Sorry, this is solar. The subdistrict A designation is placed on properties at the time of land use amendments or redesignation prior to subdivision or for the creation of a new lot. If there are concerns due to building envelope, slope stability, high water table, drainage, and other limiting factors, this designation requires a development permit prior to proceeding with any development on the property, including permitted uses. In some instances, landowners do wish to develop in a manner that's not affected by the limiting factors enforced under that subdistrict A designation. So should council support these proposed amendments, it would allow the development officer the authority to grant a waiver in such instances, allowing them to proceed with obtaining a building permit without the benefit of a development permit. If the proposal does affect the limiting factors under that subdistrict A designation, then a development permit would still be required. This topic is a little heftier. The next, this is with respect to the way that the county considers buildings on country residential and agricultural district properties. Primarily to consider all personal use buildings, including dwellings and garages, as well as accessory buildings under one cumulative size. So under the current provisions under section 4.2, where no development permit is required, in addition to the principal dwelling, each property may have a set number of personal use accessory buildings up to a set cumulative size based on the range of property sizes seen here. This is table 4.2.1.7a in the land use bylaw. Dwellings are also allowed one or two attached or detached garages in accessory to the principal dwelling, up to 1,200 square feet on country residential lots and on any residential lots, and up to 1,800 square feet on agricultural lots. As per staff's recommendations and council direction on April 29th, several amendments have been drafted on pages 248 through 253 of the agenda package, which are proposed to consolidate all personal buildings on a property greater than 2 acres in size into a maximum cumulative size based off of the actual parcel size. Council had also requested that staff prepare draft amendments in consideration and comparison of two scenarios where cumulative building sizes, where private arenas are either to remain as a separate consideration or to also consider private arenas within the cumulative building size as a personal use accessory building. It should be noted that these draft revisions only apply to personal buildings. Any agricultural buildings supporting an agricultural operation on an agricultural zoned property would remain exempt from any size provisions discussed here. And finally, just to clarify, building sizes referenced are considering just the footprint of the building. Any floor space of multiple stories is not considered. So here you can see specifically on page 250 of the agenda and on the tables seen here, this is 4.2.1.7a on the left is existing policy, as well as a draft revised table on the right. Here you can see that the properties under 2 acres would remain the same, with permitted dwelling, a garage up to 1,200 square feet, and then a specified number of accessory buildings and number of buildings. For properties 2 acres and greater, staff has proposed an increase of the permitted number of buildings to accommodate the inclusion of dwellings and garages, as well as the addition of policy 4.2.1.7b at the bottom right, which states that no development permit is required for up to a maximum of 8,000 square feet per property, plus an additional 250 square feet of cumulative buildings based on the titled parcel size. And here's a table illustrating potential building sizes based on that calculation. This is included in Appendix B of the staff report, being page 261 of the agenda package. This table also compares the consideration of including private arenas as personal use accessory buildings to allow for larger cumulative buildings. As you can see here within the table, the far left column illustrates parcel size. The next 2 columns on the left illustrate potential permitted cumulative building sizes and equivalent lot coverage as drafted in Appendix A. The next two columns on the right illustrate larger cumulative building sizes. So this is just a changed calculation in order to accommodate the inclusion of private arenas under the definition of a personal use accessory building. And then the far right column simply illustrates the difference in size between these two potential scenarios. The proposed new sizes are based off of the sum of existing permitted use accessory buildings, plus a permitted garage size of 1,200 square feet, as well as a minimum dwelling size of approximately 4,500 square feet. So in all cases, these new sizes would allow for a greater size of accessory buildings compared to the existing policy. However, in some instances where a very large dwelling is proposed, this may result in a smaller permitted size of accessory buildings and or garages, as current provisions always exempt the dwelling size. I've have a 15-acre example. The property would be allowed 18,250 square feet, as noted in the gray line. If the dwelling, garage, and other accessory buildings were around 4,000 square feet cumulative, this would allow for a 14,000 square foot arena without requiring a development permit. However, on the same 15-acre property, if the dwelling was much larger, say around 8,000 square feet, they would require a development permit for any subsequent buildings exceeding that remaining 10,000. The proposed policy would also create scenarios where a very large house, such as 10,000 square feet on a 5-acre parcel, would require a development permit, whereas under current policy, the dwelling would always be exempt. It would also limit other subsequent buildings in that extreme scenario, whereas under current provisions, the dwelling size being exempt, that can result in small properties with relatively high lot coverage and not exceeding the permitted accessory building size. And finally, staff has suggested the inclusion of a new policy within the variance section of being 5.6 of the land use bylaw to authorize the development authority to consider a variance to the allowable cumulative building size. The current policies allow the development authority the discretion to consider any oversized building. However, there is currently no policies which specifically identify what size can be considered on which size of property, which results in inconsistency across applications for development permit decisions. By establishing and setting a variance within the land use bylaw, this gives clarity to applicants as well as the development authority for what size is reasonable for approval, subject to other conditions and considerations or factors on the specific property, as well as subject to appeals. Within the staff report, staff has suggested a 20% variance within the draft policy. However, upon further review of subsequent to the submission of the staff report, we do suggest that a 25% variance may be more appropriate. And in general, council may wish to provide direction with respect to the drafted cumulative building sizes, such as having a smaller permitted size with greater variance, allowing for a greater permitted size with a smaller variance, or potentially even greater size with greater authority to consider additional variances. So there are lots of scenarios to consider. Somewhat related, the next consideration is a revision to the maximum lot coverage. Within several land use districts, the draft policy amendments for lot coverage can be found on page 254 of the agenda package. Current policies implement a fixed maximum coverage, which is 50% in many of the residential districts and 60% in some of the commercial districts. The maximum site coverage considers the cumulative area of all impermeable surfaces, such as buildings, driveways, and any other solid surfaces. There's currently no provisions to vary this maximum in several districts. As such, administration suggests the inclusion of a statement or as supported by a stormwater management plan prepared by an accredited professional. This would allow, in the respective policies within the residential community district, the residential multifamily district, residential manufactured home district, business park, highway commercial, and community commercial districts. This would align these districts with the same consideration and flexibility as other commercial and industrial districts, as well allowing for greater flexibility for lot development where a professional opinion has verified that the development will mitigate those concerns. The next consideration is revising the number of CCANs allowed on a property without requiring a development permit. So under current policy, only one CCAN is permitted on properties greater than 21 acres without the benefit of a development permit. As well, one temporary storage container may be placed on a property for up to 60 consecutive days. And this temporary storage may be a CCAN or other similar container or storage unit. In April, administration presented the possible provision for allowing one CCAN on country residential district properties and a maximum of 2 CCANs on agricultural or agricultural business properties. We have drafted the revisions in section 4.2 where no development permit is required, as well as section 9.2.8, which is on page 255 and 256 of the agenda package. These policies are primarily revised for clarity, as well to reference the proposed number of CCANs under each respective district, as well as the addition of provisions to align with property line setbacks, maximum building sizes, exterior finish, and screening. Also a notation to the definition of accessory building, clarifying that a CCAN can be considered as an accessory building. Accessory. And the final topic is with respect to private arenas. Again, on April 29th, there were 2 considerations presented to council with respect to private arenas. Staff was requested to prepare draft provisions for both options and present back to staff. So the draft policy revisions on pages 257 through 260 of the agenda package have been prepared and generally attempt to address both scenarios. However, further refinement of policies specific to private arenas and specific to cumulative building sizes will be required, subject to council's direction provided today. The initial question was to consider removing the maximum size for private arenas, which is the 1,500 square meters or the 16,164 square feet maximum. By removing this maximum size, any private arena could be considered by a development authority through a development permit, whereas under current provisions, any arenas exceeding this size would first require a site-specific amendment or land use redesignation to the direct control district. Staff recommended removing this maximum as all applications requested to allow for such oversized private arenas submitted in the last 6 years have received approval. The second consideration specific to private arenas was the proposal to include private arenas under the definition of personal use accessory buildings. Excuse me. As previously noted, within the proposed amendments to permitted building sizes and as illustrated within Appendix B of the staff report, private arenas could be considered equivalently to any other personal use building. This would just require that the appropriate building size be considered under section 4.2, where no development permit is required, and under section 5.6 for variances by the development authority. Under this scenario, it's expected that most properties would still require a development permit for private arenas, as typical arena sizes do exceed the proposed cumulative size for each property and would be considered as an oversized personal use building. However, there may be instances where a larger property has few or a modest other buildings, and the proposed arena falls within their permitted maximum cumulative building size. Any limited public or commercial arenas would still be considered separately as non-personal or recreational buildings under the applicable land use district provisions. And finally, it should be noted that as private arenas are defined as personal and recreational use, they are not exempt from the size provisions under the definition of an agricultural building, even if located on an agricultural district property. So again, with reference back to Appendix B on page 261 of the agenda package, should council support the inclusion of private arenas under the definition of accessory buildings, council may wish to provide feedback regarding the proposed cumulative building sizes seen here and the variance authority previously overviewed in the permitted building size section of this report. So this includes our review of the draft amendments to the land use bylaw for your consideration. As previously noted, administration is seeking direction from council on the 6 topics, specifically with respect to solar and whether council wishes or generally supports the maximum size for freestanding solar as proposed. As well, generally supports the removal of this requirement for double setbacks. In general, the second topic was for building sizes, whether council generally supports the proposed cumulative building sizes and thresholds without the requirement for a development permit. The third is for CCANs, whether council generally supports allowing for one CCAN on country residential properties and allowing for two CCANs on agricultural properties without requiring a development permit. And the fourth being for private arenas, whether council wishes to maintain private arenas as a separate land use and building type from personal use accessory buildings. And if so, if council supports the removal of the maximum size for private arenas, or if council supports including private arenas under the definition of accessory building and making them subject to that cumulative size and number of buildings under 4.2. And if included under the definition of accessory buildings, does council have feedback regarding the proposed building sizes? Subsequent to this direction, council is seeking direction to finalize the draft revisions to the policies and request confirmation from council to proceed with scheduling a public hearing for consideration and adoption of all of these amendments, which would tentatively be scheduled in October. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Granson. The applications we've had recently for oversized arenas, either public or private, typically it's not the arena that's oversized, it's when they attach the barn to it. So when we're saying arena private means a building or structure that's all inclusive, the barn and the arena as one. Correct?
That's correct. And if I may expand on that, that's somewhat what's driven the desire to include arenas within that private. If it is a barn on an agricultural property, it would be exempt. If it's a barn on a country residential property, it's considered accessory to that dwelling. So we often do see on country residential lots, you have an arena, you have a barn. It's hard to differentiate which portion is the arena and which portion is the barn, and say one size is different than the other. Whereas if they were all considered one cumulative structure, we can basically say whether it's a barn, whether it's a garage, whether it's a tennis court, we don't care, it's a building. And it really simplifies the math on it. It does, we definitely have to still look at the variance ability because it does run the risk of basically people having very large buildings on their property. But in general, the arenas have always been kind of dealt with separately, and it does create an issue when you, for example, attach a barn to it, it passes that threshold.
Okay, and also in a couple, there's been secondary suites attached in upper floors. So is the footprint included, or is the secondary suite also separate square footage?
We'd basically be looking at site coverage. So if they have a mezzanine or the second floor, that wouldn't be considered. We look at maximum height, we look at floor footprint basically, or the building footprint. We're less concerned about what the interior of that building is used for, as long as it's personal.
Okay, thanks.
Deputy Revolt.
Thank you for the report and coming back to us with all the different options. In terms of the solar, I'm in favor of at least 1,000 square feet. I'd just like to measure and see what currently you would need for a size to do 10 kilowatt system, which is very typical in size because of the size of everyone's transformers. So if it is 1,000 square feet, yes. If not, if it's 1,200 square feet, I just want to see the difference, and I'll be able to get that to you soon. I'll just give you the measurement. Just all I'm doing is, I know we were heading towards a public meeting, with just to ground truth that measurement is what I'd like to do. And I'm in favor of a lot of the measures that you're suggesting. We have to get a little bit flexible. I also, just going to the chart, as we're discussing the private arena and how that fits, and if they're oversized, they stay as discretionary. I think that gives a fail-safe for that, helps with that. But I like the flexibility of the size increase for the citizens to have a little more ability to build on their property. So that is in both cases with the excluded. So I'm referring to your chart on 261, and that you have the amount of square footage as has been the new forecast. And then the other one, which is if you were to include the the arenas of the size that would fit in the personal use number, not the ag number. However, I just want you to give maybe an example of going to that, and let's say you came in with a smaller arena and you wanted a bigger other building. Would that be where you'd want to stay with the one on the right-hand side, which is including the private arenas in that number? So I'm just trying to understand why we would go back to the other one when we could have a benefit to the residents to have bigger other buildings or a private arena. So that's why I'm looking at the math on the right-hand side. Like, you wanted a bigger other building, you wanted to store a bunch of stuff indoors and have a couple of garages or storages. Those are all considered personal.
Yeah.
Can we do that under what you're proposing on that one on the right-hand side?
Yeah, absolutely. So through the chair to Deputy Revol, I think, that's something council should definitely consider, is basically by adding private arenas into your personal use accessory building. We're not saying that you have to have an arena if you want to meet that size. It could be any structure for personal use. So, I mean, it could be a 20,000 square foot house, could be a 2,000 square foot house with a 10,000 square foot garage for your 50 cars. So it really doesn't matter what that building is. It could be a pool house, it could be anything, or pardon me, an indoor pool. So really it's an acknowledgement that we're not as concerned about what the building is used for, as long as it is for personal use. And we're not concerned about the distribution of living space versus storage space versus recreation space. Again, as long as it's personal use. The impact on the land is basically, the mass of the building, and then the effect on drainage is primarily the biggest impact. So yeah, we're really just trying to encompass everything within one, and then give the landowners that freedom to choose how they want to build on their property.
Well, thank you, because I'm certainly in favor of that flexibility. And then if anything's over that, then that comes with the development permit application for anything. So it's arena or any other building structure. And then you still have your numbers of buildings that you've identified and your lot coverage and all those sorts of things. So you've incrementally, upon each additional acre, you've given this calculation. So that gets you to either the excluded private arena or included, which gives you way more flexibility with the included, whether it's private arena or some other building. I just feel like that is where people would like to go and have less requirements. They still have to do everything with the building permit side of things. So that has to be done, and they have to be able to, if they have a structure, a large structure, to identify the drainage patterns. So that would be important. And the setbacks issue is, I think, important too. With any really bigger buildings, we have to look at the setback issues. And maybe that's the only conflict, I guess, on the smaller parcels, is where you might get into an issue where on some parcels where people don't want to see really giant buildings. And I guess that's, again, everyone has their property and should be able to build on their property as they wish, but others would, how would you say, have a different opinion if that disturbs their view or their rural life experience, all the things that they've shared with us up to now. So I'm just trying to think it through in terms of the use, and maybe the smaller properties might be a bit of a conflict. Overall, though, I like the flexibility, and I just wanted to mention those comments are the highlights for me, but I agree with a lot of the way you're going on opening it up for us. And I do have one edit on page 249, and that is to remove the word detached from 4.2.1.7, because you've removed detached from all the other ones, and you might want to remove it there. And that's on page 249 of our agenda package. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Director Granson. Just a couple of comments from me, I guess. The solar, I do like the increase in size. Whether that's 1,000 square feet is the right size or not, I'm not sure. I think that will perhaps play out in the public hearing, and we can hear from residents about that, because I suspect that it needs to be larger. In terms of the CCANs, I'm just not sure we've hit it right yet. I think to simply say 1 on all CR and 2 on all ag is perhaps not hitting the target. in general, it fits, but when you look at each end of the spectrum in terms of that, I think is where it perhaps becomes interesting. So if you look at say a 3-acre country residential parcel, or I'm not sure how small our CR parcels go. I'm just not sure that that allowing one broadly on this parcel that small is appropriate. And on the other end of the spectrum, a full-size egg parcel only being allowed 2, I'm not sure that is hitting it right either. I think we're seeing a lot more of these CCANs, and people are using them as shops and really secure storage facilities. So perhaps there needs to be more than 2. But if it's a 21-acre parcel, I can see 2 being a reasonable limit. But when it's 160 acres, I'm not sure if it shouldn't be perhaps more. The other final thing I would comment, now this isn't something you've contemplated, but it did certainly catch my attention. On page 250 of our agenda, so the middle column, 4.2.1.7A, right near the bottom is in black is the Ag District and Agricultural Business District parcels. So we're allowing any size accessory building to be used for agricultural general purposes on ag zone parcels. Now, what caught my attention is the general piece in there. So when I look at our land use bylaw and the definition of ag general versus ag intensive use versus the other agriculture, there's 3 or 4 or 5 different ag pieces there. I just wonder if ag general needs to be removed and just be agricultural, or perhaps some of those other uses added in there. I don't think we're probably applying it specifically to ag general. I think probably this is being applied agricultural period. So just something for further consideration. I appreciate it. Thanks. That's all I had.
Okay.
You have a comment, looks like?
Yeah, if I may. So that policy in black is unchanged from the existing policy on agricultural land.
Yeah.
The agricultural specialty and intensive vegetation operations, they typically require a development permit, and they may be a permitted use on the property, but that basically excludes things like commercial greenhouses, tree farms, things like that. So they are still uses contemplated in the district, but under the development permit, any buildings associated with that non-agricultural general use would be acknowledged within the development permit. Whereas your general industry uses would be, your things like your machine shop or your hay shed or your whichever, those uses. So those are the buildings that are exempt, whereas your specialty uses are currently not exempt, and nor are proposed to become exempt. So if that is direction council wants to go, where specialty uses are also exempt under that district for the building size. But again, in general, those uses would always require a development permit. So typically any buildings associated with them would also be acknowledged through that development permit. Groundwater. Yeah, that's true too. Yeah. Water source for intensive vegetation. Yeah. For greenhouses and water collection, things like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else. So you're just looking for that input today, and then are you looking for any motion in related to proceeding to a public hearing, or?
Yes, so we are looking for a motion to proceed with the amendments as proposed to a public hearing, as well. I guess just direction to staff with regard to the specific topics on the last slide and at the end of the report there. Basically looking to confirm whether this direction is correct or appropriate. Are we on the right target for solar? That could change those numbers with the public hearing process, but are we close? The building cumulative size, we would like a little more specific direction with regard to whether or not council is interested in including private arenas or not, as that does have implications on the other policies that we end up drafting. So we've tried to, the current draft has tried to address both scenarios, but there are specific policies that would need to be revised, depending on whether you choose to exclude them or include them. As direction, of course, with that public hearing, if feedback comes back differently, we'll readdress. And same with CCANs was one example of, does council want us to proceed with considering one CCAN on country residential? Do you want us to set a different threshold? So that when we go to the public hearing, we're at least close to what council's intentions are. And then depending on the feedback received at that public hearing, we can always revise from there. So those are basically the primary issues that we're looking for some direction on, so we can better, I guess, hone in on the policies leading into that public hearing.
Okay. Director Hemingway?
I was just going to comment that including private arenas brings the permitted without a development permit square footage up to a higher number. But council will notice that the lot coverage on each one of these is still really very, very low.
Yeah.
I mean, like so low. And when you think about an urban lot and the amount of lot coverage on an urban lot versus us allowing 4% coverage on a rural lot, like we're holding ourselves back from assessment significantly and making our landowners go through development permit processes that we're struggling to keep up with. So I would encourage council to include private arenas. And I think this is a great step forward, but I think it's just our first step. I really still think we need to go higher because it's not high enough. I think we really can allow for additional lot coverage and list additional square footage development on a parcel beyond 2.9% lot coverage. It's like, I know we can do it, particularly as we often require stormwater management planning. So I would encourage council to feel comfortable including private arenas, and I would certainly suggest that we are still at the very, very low end of where we need to be.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to Deputy Director. We got an email last week from a resident who they had gone through the process of getting their neighbors CCANs in a country residential area screened. And the screening job was pretty bad. So, I mean, I don't know how, we address that, because that is usually the big concern with CCANs. It's, how people manage them. So if you saw these pictures, you know what I mean. Anyways, that's just one thing. My concern with the kind of laissez-faire size is we have a couple instances right now where these huge houses are built, and then whether the people build them or not, or whether they acquire them, then they want to do like a Verbo, and we know how popular those are. So, is bigger always better? Because they almost become like a white elephant then. And then someone buys a house with 10 bedrooms and they're like, well, what else do you expect me to do with it? I should rent it out. You're not letting me rent it out.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. And I guess just to clarify is that they can build it anyways. We're just saying that you can build more without having to come in for a development permit. You still need a building permit, but you can still do whatever size of whatever you want. You just have to come in. We're just making it so there's less impact on our staff time. So this is kind of opening it up, and it just makes it easier because the topic is to reduce red tape. It gives an opportunity for people to plan something and then look at the overall cost and then look at the overall effort. And development permit is a lengthy process, and it ties up our staff a lot. And there's a lot of things you have to do that development permit. Building permit is busy as well as far as your requirements, but it's not having to do both is really an excellent thing. So it just helps with the time factor for the people who are the landowners doing their projects, but it also helps with freeing up our staff for some of these projects too, especially incidental ones like a CCAN, which it seems to be really popular, although it can be very annoying as well. And maybe there's some criteria that can come out of our discussion that goes along with it. But I just feel like the stuff you're suggesting here, like looking at the A designation is really helpful because we're putting it on there for certain reasons. But if what they're doing has no impact on what's going on, then they can get the pass go free signal from staff. And you have to there's a statement of waiver that has to be signed. So I think you've got things in place to cover that aspect. So you got something in the file, and then the owner has something on record as well, so that they've gotten that ability to pass the development permit. So I think that's happening. And I think part of it is just to open up the opportunity for people to have a few more buildings or a few more square footage in their, if you're in a CR parcel, even if you're doing something for your animals, it's considered a personal use. So I think it just opens it up for people a little bit more. And a greenhouse too. If you have a greenhouse on top of your house, on top of a garage, then that's all included in your square footage. So it just gives people more options. I like the bigger size. So thank you for that.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I agree. I like the bigger size. I guess I just wanted, sitting here and doing some math. If you were to take a 40-foot sea can, they're normally about 9 feet wide. So the overall square footage is 320 square feet. So if you took 4 of them and stacked them all together, you're looking at 1,440 square foot. So if you're looking at a 10-acre piece at 10,000, I mean, it's really very small percentage of what would be taken up on that lot. I mean, I agree, they can be quite ugly, but they can also be painted up and look quite nice.
Maybe that's our condition, must paint nice color.
Well, I mean, if you'd want them to match the house or the shop or something, I mean, you could, but I'm just doing some math here.
Okay, and on the sea cans, perhaps the length should be changed to 53 feet, not 48, because they do make them 53. They're reefers. Councillor Callister.
I noticed in all this discussion, we don't differentiate between sea cans sizes. Now that you guys brought it up, there's 20 footers, 40 footers, 53 footers. I don't know if we want to address that or look at this size differential.
If it's street, it can be
40,
inside.
53.
You got to paint pretty flowers on it and there you go.
No, reefer cans. Still a sea can. Yeah, dude.
But it gets in your cumulative size.
Okay, so I'm not hearing any hesitation on any of this. So I'm thinking the direction is to proceed with all of the above, unless somebody says otherwise. Deputy Revol.
I'd make a motion to that effect. I just want to see what you're asking us to do on the motion section here. I wouldn't mind supplying a higher number for the solar, but I think it'll also come out in the hearing as well. So I wouldn't mind supplying a number, a realistic number for 10 kilowatts as a ground mount, as a, skid mount situation. But other than that, I think you're doing well on all the numbers. Just looking for your recommended motion, which is that council direct administration to prepare the proposed land use bylaw amendments for public hearing in October as amended and directed by council during this meeting.
Okay, we have that motion. Anything further? I don't see anything. All in favor? That motion carries. Let's take a 5-minute break. Welcome back. Where are we? Okay, we did D4. Let's go to D5, Foothills Crossing ASP Design Guidelines, Circulation and Engagement Summary, page 262 of our agenda. Planner Sadhu, is this your item? Take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. Administration is here today to share the feedback received on the Foothills Crossing ASB draft design guidelines and seek direction on next steps. On December 17th, 2025, which was mistakenly written as 2026 in the staff report, apologies for that error, Council passed a motion directing administration to proceed with internal and external agency circulation and to undertake engagement with landowners and business owners within the plan area. Council also directed administration to return with a summary of the feedback received and any recommended revisions. In response to that direction, administration circulated the draft design guidelines to internal departments and external agencies engaged with landowners and business owners within the plan area and reviewed all feedback received. Through engagement, several key themes emerged. Stakeholders expressed general support for long-term planning and clear development expectations, but at the same time, there were requests for greater clarity regarding how the guidelines would apply to existing development, particularly existing residential properties within the plan area. Concerns focused on ensuring that commercial and industrial design standards are appropriate when considered alongside existing residential uses, and that buffering, screening, lighting, and compatibility between land uses are adequately addressed. There was also interest in maintaining flexibility within the guidelines to respond to site-specific conditions and future market demands. From the circulation process, most agency comments were technical in nature. Utility providers and servicing agencies either had no concerns or identified infrastructure, right-of-way, and servicing requirements that would be addressed through future subdivision, development permit, and engineering review processes. Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors also emphasized the need to protect provincial highway operations and identified future transportation study requirements. The town of High River provided policy feedback, recommending that the guidelines be more prescriptive, include clearer standards, and contain stronger implementation and enforcement mechanisms. In summary, the feedback reflects broad support for the objectives of the design guidelines while identifying opportunities to improve clarity and implementation, particularly with respect to existing residential uses and compatibility between different land uses. Administration will use this feedback to inform future refinements to the draft design guidelines. The recommendation before Council today is that Council acknowledge the feedback received and direct administration to proceed with circulation to adjacent landowners. The full recommended motion is on page 264 of your agenda. Administration will be able to implement final revisions based on the feedback received to date, as well as any feedback received through the next round of circulation to adjacent landowners. We will aim to return to Council with final draft in the fall. Thank you. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that. Just so I understand, so you reached out to landowners and business owners within the area, but not adjacent. Is that correct? Okay. Okay. I guess from my perspective as Division 1, I'm actually kind of surprised how little interest you got with the lack of comments from landowners. And I certainly would be in favor of proceeding with that recommended motion of acknowledging the feedback and directing circulation to adjacent landowners. I think that's the obvious next step. Anybody else? Councillor Alger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The further consultation will also address the letter of concern that we have in our package from the residential component of this area structure plan. Yes.
Through the Reeve, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
And once we get further feedback, then we would proceed with a public hearing at some point. Is that? Public meeting? Okay. Public meeting, not a hearing. Okay. Okay. Nobody's jumping up and down. So I guess the recommended motion is to acknowledge the feedback and direct administration to proceed with circulation to adjacent landowners. Councillor Alger.
Give you that motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we have the motion from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to D6 Eldridge, Northeast 11, 19, 29, West to 4, second and third reading, page 268 of our council agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. This is an application that council granted first reading on April 15th, 2026, authorizing the redesignation of a portion of the property from rural business district to business park district, country residential district, and some boundary adjustments to existing business park district applications. This is in the Reeves division, and we are creating a 9-acre business park district, leaving a 13-acre country residential district balance, along with some boundary adjustments that you will see when we get to the subdivision component later on in your agenda. All conditions imposed at first reading have been met by the applicant, and we are requesting second and third reading on the application on the bylaw at this point in time.
Thank you. And as the division councillor, I have no concerns. Looks like everything is in order and ready to proceed. Anybody else? Councillor Callister, or yeah, Councillor Callister, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll give you a motion for second reading.
Okay, we have that motion. Councillor Alger?
No, sorry.
No, you're just, okay. So we have the motion for second reading. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. And Councillor Alger, was that for third reading?
Motion for third.
Motion for third from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, now let's skip over to our next D item. So that's on the additional agenda that was sent to us. Our first agenda was only 313 pages. So let's now skip over to our additional 130 pages. D7, High River Egg Society, Northeast 12, 1929, second and third reading, page 2 of our second agenda. Director Hemingway.
Exactly, sir. This is in Reeves Division. This is at the Agricultural High River Egg Society grounds, and we are looking for second and third reading of bylaw 22, 2026, which council granted first reading on May 26, allowing a site-specific amendment to direct control number 32 to allow for educational services private charter as a discretionary use, an amendment to allow for private amenity spaces accessory to approved use as a discretionary use on that site. Basically, there is a school that is looking to move into the agricultural building, the agricultural district building, and all the components of first reading have been met. We would request second and third reading to amend site-specific amendment to this direct control district, please.
Thank you. Again, as the area councillor, I have no concerns. Everything looks in order and ready to roll. Anybody else? Councillor Alger.
Motion for second.
Motion for second from Councillor Alger. Councillor Kendall, did you have a comment?
Yes, I did. There was something about that it was the fire aspect was not totally covered there.
I think Director Hemingway could answer that.
You will see in the next item on the development permit, there are definitely concerns with respect to the ability of this to meet fire code, but the applicants have decided they're going to try. So we have a condition that you'll see how we've conditioned that in the next item.
Okay, so we have motion for second reading from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. And third from Councillor Callister. All in favor? Motion carries. D8, High River Egg Society again, Northeast 12, development permit, page 9 of our agenda.
Thank you, sir. We are now looking for approval of a development permit on direct control number 32, agricultural societies. This council is the development authority on all direct control parcels. It's your responsibility to issue the development permit. This development permit is for a private elementary school to occupy the second floor of the existing agricultural services building, about 8,000 square feet. For school-related recreational and agriculturally focused activities at various outdoor locations on that site as well. You'll see quite an extensive staff report that talks about the uses on the site. There'll be parent nights and outdoor chickens and all sorts of fun things that the kids will have. Most importantly, what I'd like to note is the circulation associated with both building and safety codes, as well as Foothills Fire Services has indicated that the occupancy type proposed does require water for firefighting. This has been an issue in this building for quite some time. And the water for firefighting would be an excellent asset to this location. We're certainly hoping that they will move forward to install this. So we have indicated that the water for firefighting is a requirement, and we've indicated as a pre-release condition that all engineered water for firefighting services, floor design indicating layout, travel distances, and egress to the satisfaction of the Building and Safety Codes Department and our Public Works Department, as well as a dimensioned parking plan, are pre-release conditions of the development permit. You'll also notice a request for council authorizing the development officer to act as the development authority with respect to reviewing information submitted by the applicant and accepting the conditions and the pre-release conditions. Other than that, I feel that we have covered off a great deal of the application. There are 7 other conditions of the approval, and I am requesting development permit approval, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I have a few questions about the fire water requirement. How are they going to meet this? I guess would be my question. My understanding is we're likely talking a new water line to the Ag Society going across the 2A highway, other transportation. And so we're talking months, if not more.
Oh, yeah, it will certainly take some time, but the town of High River has water connections quite close to the building. So it could come straight out. There's no requirement to go across the highway 2A.
Of sufficient size to meet?
Again, I'm not aware. I'm not sure. I would suggest that if they've come this far, they've had conversations with the town of High River and the option for them to pursue what is possible. Alternatively, it's developing a pond on the site, which I don't think they want to do. I think they utilize a great deal of their site. So it's a much more effective and long-term sustainable solution to connect into the town of High River. But again, that's up to them to meet that requirement. How they do it is their call.
Is up to, okay. And so, I mean, this building was previously occupied top and bottom by Nutrien. A lot of office personnel there. And now there's also office personnel on the bottom, but now all of a sudden it does not meet fire safety codes. So I'm just trying to understand why did it meet it before and not now? What's the big difference?
I think a lot of the previous activities in this site have not met fire code, particularly the evening events subsequent to the rodeos have been a significant concern by our fire department as they don't meet fire concern. When in excess of 60 people in the occupancy upstairs, particularly a school, changes the occupancy of the building. And that number, and particularly with children, as the province has come down on all our schools, requiring that we define that every single school and childcare facility within the Foothills County, it does meet safety code requirements. So we've been very clear with the applicant that you will have to meet full safety code requirements. The province will require you to do so. And the High River Ag Society was in the public hearing indicating they would do what was necessary in order to support this application. So I'm waiting to see if that'll actually get done.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, I guess I am in favor of this. I hope that they can meet that requirement in reasonable time frame and reasonable price tag. Even though I have doubts, I am supportive of it, and I would I guess on page 16, there's that big blue block about authorizing development officer to act as the authority. I would be in support of that to get it happening. With that, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Well, thank you. You can see they've done a lot of work, but they worked within the frame. If you look at the floor plan, they were able to work within what's there and just add to it slightly. It looks like they're doing a very nice fit so that they will be complementary without making a huge change. But again, looking towards those changes are significant. So I'm in support. I did want to make a note that on page 39, they have a wonderful mock-up of their chicken arrangement, but in order for the chickens to live, they're going to have a cage that covers the roof and the whole surrounding area, because otherwise they'll be eaten. It'll be very disappointing if their first chickens die within a very short amount of time. So I'm just talking from experience that you got to do it different than that. It looks really pretty though. So, but any animal, a small animal, has to be protected more than just with a little gate. Thanks.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, sir. Yeah, these fire services conditions are pretty daunting. The installation of a complete compliant sprinklered fire protection that's going to be a fairly big nut, I would think. I do know, and I just happened to see it the other day, and I was at the truss plant there to the south, and there is a hydrant. When you drive into that building, there's an actual fire hydrant right in front of the building. So I'm not sure where it goes from there, but there is water to that area that's fire service. So it wouldn't take a bunch to get to the ag grounds. And I'm surprised there's not a hydrant going to. Yeah. Anyways, I'm in support of this also, and give you the motion if you can like it.
Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Alger. So that is a motion to approve the DP. And just to double check, Councillor Alger, that would be to authorize the development officer to act as the development authority. Okay, thank you. So we have that motion from Councillor Alger. Councillor McHugh.
I guess I'm just a little baffled as to how this is all going to, are they going to adjust the school schedule to the other events that go on and at this facility? Like, anyway, I don't understand how this is going to work. I wish them the best of luck.
Councillor Estes.
Just a note on page 15 under the external under Town of High River. It states in there that there are no specific guidelines for water usage for this facility area. Water usage for this proposed development is to be taken into consideration and abide by existing water quantity agreements. That could be a problem if there's. No problem.
Okay, so we have the motion for approval from Councillor Alger. I don't see anything further. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to D9, Deka Ventures, Southeast 22, second and third reading, page 57 of our agenda. Director Hemingway. Page 57, Deka D9.
So we are looking for second and third reading on bylaw 38/2026, which redesignates 70 acres from agriculture to DC 26 in order to allow for commercial kennel and a dog park. Now, yeah, all conditions of first reading have been met. This is in Councillor Estes' division, just north of Highway 7, west of the town of Okotoks. And we are requesting that the bylaw be finalized, and there is a development permit later on in your agenda as well.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you to the chair. And yeah, if all conditions have been met, I did like what they presented to us. So when you're ready, I will give you the motion for a second.
Okay, I will take that motion. And looks like Councillor McHugh was not present for this one. so I will not look to him. So we have the motion for second reading from Councillor Estes. Don't see anybody else. All in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. And third from Deputy Revol. All in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And D10 Deca Ventures Limited Development Permit, this time page 64 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is the first of two development permits. Both development permits have been made, but the second one for the commercial kennel and the dog park are not ready to go before you yet. That will come before you near the end of the summer break, or at the end of the summer break. What we are looking for today is a development permit for a single-family dwelling with a secondary suite, which will be located within the single-family dwelling, as well as a private kennel. Now, council is aware that people are allowed to have 3 personal dogs on their property. Any dogs in excess of 3 require a private kennel development permit. They are requesting 15 dogs in their private kennel. So these are not ordered dogs, these are their dogs. You'll recall that they train dogs for search and rescue and in the movie industry. And so they have 15 dogs, which they are their own dogs. This allows them to make their building permit application for their home, the secondary suite, and the kennel associated with that. There are another development permit coming for the dog park and the actual commercial kennel, which you'll see later on in the year, and it's a more challenging development permit, as there are conditions from Alberta Transportation that need to be met with that kennel, with that application.
Thank you.
Once again, we are requesting council consideration to allow the development officer to act as the development authority. And that is basically it. We have 4 pre-release conditions. Oh no, 4 conditions. There are no pre-release conditions with this one.
Okay, and the suggested motion options are on page 67. So this is in Division 2. Councillor Estes, go ahead.
Yes, I would give you the option 1 for approval. And the request that council provide direction authorizing the development officer to act as development authority.
Okay, so we would give that authority to the development officer. Okay, we have that motion from Councillor Estes. Don't see anything further. All in favor? Sorry, yeah, this is a DP, Councillor McHugh, you are part of it, so you're in favor. Okay, motion carries. D11, Mancal Properties Development, Inc., development permit, page 83 of our agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is a development permit on a direct control number 35 parcel, which is the event venue known as Polo Grounds in Councillor Alger's division. This is a 3-day lacrosse tournament that is to occur August 7th to 9th, running from 2 p.m. on the Friday to 9, 8 to 9 on the Saturday, and 8 to 6 on the Sunday. They'll have 600 to 1,000 people per day located on this site. They have an active and thorough application before you today, which we have conditioned fully, including the requirements from Alberta Transportation and Alberta Health. We have suggested that should you feel so inclined, you could postpone this item for a public meeting, but due to your schedule, that would negate the possibility of this occurring due to the time. We have indicated that we'd like your acknowledgement. They don't have to apply for a special events license. I would suggest that this application, the circulation, the conditions associated with this and your consideration of this, it would simply be a repeat of and not effective in order to go through that process when everything would be covered within this application. Again, we're asking for the development officer to be authorized to act as the development authority to review information submitted by the applicant and accepting any pre-release conditions. It's a one-time event. They are only asking for the 1 year. They will require a roadside development permit from Alberta Transportation. They'll have to go through that process. And there will likely be traffic control required associated with that. You have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. When you hear 600 to 1,000 people, it sounds kind of daunting, but in that area, it's right beside Strathcona Tweedsmuir School, which I think is 12 to 1,300 people every day during the school year. The Calgary Polo puts on events regularly, and on Saturdays and Sundays and polo matches, there's always that amount of people there. The transportation and all those kind of things are, I expect there'll be no trouble with Alberta Transportation. And I've been part of this application from the beginning. This is from the chairman of the Lacrosse Association is former Councillor Robinson from the town of Okotoks. And I set him up with Mr. Caroli because of his knowledge of the polo club, because they also did the kennel thing that we did quite a while ago. Yeah. But anyways, when I look at that number of people, I don't find it daunting for the area. So I'm happy to give you the motion to approve. And yes, the public hearing would negate the whole application.
Okay, so no requirement for a public
No,
meeting.
No, sir.
And I'm just going to look at page 88, the blue block there under the approval suggestion,
Yep.
Councillor Alger. So
As written.
So it does not need special license from the county for a special event license?
I would suggest it, a special event license post a development permit doesn't, it's just a repetition of what they've already done. So it doesn't provide anything. It doesn't help. We are still moving forward to amending that, but we have not completed that project, sir.
Okay. And so Councillor Alger,
Yep.
no special event license required?
Yeah, can take it from here on.
And authorize a development officer to act as the authority. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We have that motion for approval from Councillor Alger, Deputy Reeve Old.
Thank you. In agreement, you can see how well organized they are. Just look at the diagram on page 101. You can see how they're just going to make it all work and all fit. And I'm sure if they can do this, they can do a great schedule. They have quite a few teams that they say that they're potentially going to have 42 teams. The numbers are large, but I think it's smaller than the dog events. So I think as long as they have traffic control and they work it all out, that all should be well. And it sounds like that will be overseen by those who know the site well. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So we do have that motion from Councillor Alger for approval. All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's jump off of this package of paper and go to our D12. This is the emergent item. So there was a separate package handed out on this one. Council consider allowing for an award of contract to the winning proponents to undertake the MDP consultation services. Separate piece of paper. We'll go back to you, Director Hemingway.
I have made a suggested motion for your consideration at the bottom. What I'm looking for is for council to allow us to award the contract for the Municipal Development Plan Engagement Services Project to the highest scoring proponent within our improved budget amount. Council did provide an approved budget amount for the Municipal Development Plan consultation services in our consideration of budgets in December 2025. And you've also reviewed our terms of reference for the municipal development plan, and we're including the hiring of a consultant for the public consultation. Now, we have issued the RFP for the engagement services on Alberta Purchasing Exchange, which recently closed, and we're in the process right now of reviewing the 10 proponent proposals that have been provided to us for this project. We had indicated in the RFP that we would look at awarding the contract on July 31st and commencing that project in early fall. So all of August will be taken up with signing contracts and getting the engagement project up and running. So I'm a little bit concerned that if we wait until the end of August for myself to request a motion for you to award the highest scoring proponent, we've lost a very critical month of work. We'd be pushed back, which isn't the end of the world. We will survive. But similar to the paving contract, which council saw, I think, last week, you're going to get a little piece of paper that has all the proponents on it and who we've scored and how we've scored them, as opposed to just the financial award. These are a lot more complicated and nuanced than a paving contract because there's 3 different phases of consultation and 4 different methods of consultation. And some proponents have taken on this end and some proponents have taken on that end. And some are professional consultation people and some are planning associations. So it's definitely a challenge to score these. We have a fully developed scoring criteria analysis that 3 of us have to undertake with each one of these 10 proposals. And then we have to compare them and come up with our top proposals and then likely interview them and then make a recommendation for how we'll proceed going forward. And it's a little bit overwhelming considering how much work it is just to get this done in July. But we would like to be able to award that contract at the end of July if you feel comfortable with us allowing to do that. I'd be happy to provide you with a staff report at the first council meeting back in August on how we scored the top 4 proponents. And if you'd like to talk about that, we can get a little bit more detail about that, if you'd like that information.
Okay, Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And at this time, I cannot speak in favor of this motion. As being a newly elected councillor, I feel that it's very important that we are along the whole process of a very important document and that we be included in all aspects of it. And that goes for contracts and everything else and all that goes along with developing this. It's my thoughts, and I've thought hard on this, is that this document is already as old as it is, and I don't feel that a month or 2 is going to make that much of a difference to have us included in vetting the consultants. And I just feel that we, as a vision for the 7 of us sitting up here and how we want to see the Foothills County move forward in representing our residents, that we be very much involved in this. And I also want to make very sure that our residents are included in the development of this. And I want to make sure that that wording is in those documents. Thank you.
Anybody else? Deputy Revolt.
Sure. Thank you for all the comments. Can you clarify what it is that you're deciding on at this point? Like what level of detail that you're going to decide on? Are you going to decide on the type of consultation and those types of things?
The RFP specified the type of consultation we needed. So we developed a RFP that was placed on Alberta Purchasing Exchange that said, we need this, we need this, we need this, we need this. So there's 3 separate phases of consultation that include open houses, that include workshops, that include surveys, that include website development, and that include what we heard reports. Now, some proponents have offered some value added components, some different components in addition to those things. So again, 3 phases of that work. So that was what we established in our RFP, and 10 different proponents have laid out proposals on how they would do that work and the cost to do that work. Also in the RFP, we established scoring criteria and how we would score their proposals, as everything has to be extremely transparent and moving forward. So what the proponents will be doing was established in the RFP, which is already put out. And that's the same thing that you generally saw in your terms of reference and the public consultation process that you saw earlier this year.
Excuse me. Thank you for that. So during the time when you come to a point where you're looking at evaluating, are you able to share that with us as you have in the past, where you put together the top group and then we look at what their proposal was, and then we just have a chance to look through all of it? That's what I guess we've done sometimes in the past, where it's a lot of paperwork.
It's really hard to not look at all of them. They're all really good. Like if you want to do that, I think you have to look at the 10 of them.
Okay.
However, because they are scoring so far very closely. But we can certainly, I'm happy to provide you with any information you want. But you won't, the scoring has to be done by staff. And scoring has to be done in accordance with the criteria that were established in the RFP. Can't change that. But you're welcome to see our scoring, you're welcome to see the RFP, you're welcome to see the proposals, but everybody has to look at them. And they're not public documents. Everything is supposed to be private at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
So if we do postpone this, come mid-August-ish, we will get I guess a confidential document with all the proposals and how they scored, and then we would decide at our first meeting in August. Is that how it would play out?
However you direct us. However you want to direct us and what type of information you'd like and what you'd like to do with it. I have to ensure that what we're doing is appropriate as per our RFP and the trade agreements. So we have to make sure we stay within those realms. But for you to, when you're not going to want to review all 10 of these, I would suggest. I'd be lucky if I get through all 10 of these this month. But I'd be happy to give you all the documents that you're looking for, as long as you can manage to keep, and I can do most of that. RFP and the proposals I could provide to you right away, so you can start reading them. We won't have the scoring done until the end of the month. In which case we can provide our summary of the scoring and who we feel we'd like to recommend. And then we can have a discussion when you get back in August, if you prefer.
Councillor Alger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I would not be in favor of delaying this. This is typically the way we operate, so we've budgeted for it. We've approved term of reference. The staff has sent out the RFP, and then staff comes back with the recommendations for typically a recommendation of the best proponent from that RFP. So I guess the only thing that we're not doing is the staff is not coming back to us. They are going to pick them themselves, of which I have full confidence in picking the best one. As far as the public engagement and how council's involved and other people within the county, that will happen after we pick that proponent and deal with that proponent massaging this document. Thank you.
Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair. And I think it's presumptuous to assume that, we wouldn't want to read all this. I, in fact, do. So I think that I would like the motion to postpone this and to see all of the vetting and how everything's drawn out. And then council makes the decision when they come back in August as to who gets awarded it. Thank you.
Okay, so that is a motion. Just in terms of, I guess, more to CO Payne, so motion to postpone. So the item before us today is to direct administration to proceed with this. I'm guessing perhaps the motion to postpone is more along the lines of motion to place this on the first agenda and we can have a more fulsome discussion as opposed to just a motion to postpone directing administration to do the scoring or to make the decision. Okay, is that what?
I guess to clarify, I would like to see the whole process and how you're vetting them and I would like to see all 10 of them. I think I am capable of reading all of that. Thanks.
Okay. Kate, we have that motion from Councillor Estes. I think we understand it. We understand the intent for sure, and we'll get the wording. Deputy Reeve Ohl?
Thank you. Instead of waiting to that agenda, I'd love to have an email in the meantime of when you get all organized and you have your scoring that you want to suggest to us and you have the 10, perhaps that can come in when it works for you guys and then we can read it. So we have some time to read it before that agenda comes up.
I will send the proposals, the RFP and the proposals as soon as, likely next week. To all of members of council, please keep them private. Okay. And then I will send a summary or a staff report. We'll have a staff report on the public agenda associated with the scoring. If council wants to have sort of an in-camera discussion on why we chose this versus that, we'd be happy to do that, but I'd rather keep that out of in-camera.
Thank you.
As I said, it is somewhat nuanced and subjective, so it isn't just like the paving program. It's just a little bit more than that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It is certainly exciting to see the level of engagement and interest that people have in our MDP review, not just around council, but there's our residents in general. So that's a very positive thing going forward, I think. So we have the motion to postpone the awarding of the MDP engagement services until August, our first meeting back. I don't see anybody further, so I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. That concludes our D items. Next, we have our subdivision approving authority. So I'd look for a motion to go into subdivision authority. Councillor Hugh McHugh, all in favor? Yeah. My brain is starting to shut down. That motion carries. E1, Keith, Northeast 15, request for subdivision, page 275 of our agenda. Director Hemingway. No, it's the big one. The one in your hand. Yes, Marine Keith. E1.
The other one's out E2. It's the other one. Yeah. Okay, so this is an application for subdivision, which council finalized the bylaw back in March. We're now at the subdivision stage, so we're making a 75-acre agricultural district lot with about an 81.98 agricultural district balance in the Reeve Seawarts division. This was started, okay, so third reading was just granted in June. I know it wasn't very long ago. And the application itself was in front of council in March of 2025. We have reviewed the application for subdivision. We've provided you with suggested conditions. We are requesting road acquisition agreement for the purposes of road widening along the north boundary of the application, and no municipal reserve is required as this is considered a first parcel out. I have no other comments, sir. If I may please have a consideration of subdivision approval.
Thank you. This is in Division 1. I have no concerns with it. I think everything has been looked after and ready to roll. Deputy Revol. Oh, that's from before. Anybody comment on this or emotion? Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll give you the motion if the councillor of the area has no concerns.
Okay, so it'll be a motion to approve.
Motion to
Subdivision?
approve. Yep, I'm just looking for the right page 277.
Okay, we have that motion to approve the subdivision. I don't see anything further. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to E2, D Bishop Family Inc., Southwest 16. So just to clarify, I guess right off, it's on page 284 of our big agenda, but I believe there was some changes made, so we need to turn to page 110 of our smaller agenda. Is that correct? Okay, so 110 of our smaller agenda. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This application for a 22.95 acre parcel in Councillor Kendall's division was refused back in February. Council refused it, noting the criteria in the agricultural section of the MDP. Council did not find sufficient merit in the proposal to consider allowing the fragmentation of the subject lands as it's council's intent to maintain the agricultural land base. So the applicants have proceeded to make a subdivision application, which is before you today. And we'd like council's consideration of this application. We have suggested reasons that you may want to consider to refuse it, as the intention of the applicant is to appeal the refusal.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The land use bylaw states that additional lots must first apply for and be granted approval of a land use bylaw amendment, which is not in place in this case. I stand by the original reasons for this refusal due to the fragmentation of agricultural land, as well as the very extreme topography in this lot, which I think prohibits it from really being utilized in any meaningful way. I would give you the motion for refusal after the discussion is complete.
Okay, I'll take that motion. Anybody else? Counselor McHugh?
Sorry, just a quick refresher. What is this? This was not considered first parcel out. No, correct. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Sorry, I'm distracted. I don't see anybody else. So we have the motion for refusal from Counselor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our large agenda. E3 Eldridge, northeast of 11, 1929 west of 4. Request for subdivision, page 292. Director Hemingway.
So Eldridge, okay. This is an application for subdivision in Reeve Seawarts Division. We are looking to create a 9-acre business park lot, a 13-acre country residential lot, and then to increase one existing business park district by approximately 1.5 acres and increase another existing business park district by 1.5 acres. All land uses are in place, and the application is prepared for subdivision approval. We have included the suggested motion of approval, and we have also suggested conditions. I would like council's consideration of the municipal reserve considerations, as that one is somewhat difficult for us. We've provided you with 13, I would call A, B, or C. Any one of them would meet our municipal reserve policy in our municipal development plan. I'm going to recommend B or C. And it is certainly your call on how you wish to proceed. I'm not a fan of A, as it just makes it very confusing. Some or none, yeah. Yeah, so my suggestions are B and C. All other conditions, I believe, are appropriate and expected by the applicant and required by Alberta Transportation. So I'm requesting subdivision approval.
Okay, thank you. Division 1, I am in favor of the subdivision. Land use has been dealt with. I think the conditions here are appropriate and ready to proceed. In terms of the MR, I am leaning towards the B item. Kind of in the middle ground there, so to
Clearer,
speak.
just clearer, yeah.
It's clearer, and it, I think C is just not appropriate for the item ahead. Anybody else?
Oh, and there is a letter by the applicants. We
Oh, yes.
acknowledge. On the bottom of page 299.
They essentially are requesting C on the MR condition. Okay, anybody else? That would be on page 296. It's the condition 13 related to municipal reserve.
I call them 13A, B, or C, and I think.
So
B
A
or
would
C are
be,
clearer.
A would be taking the municipal reserve on the one big parcel and then a portion of the other two. I'm looking to Director Hemingway to make sure I got this right. But we only take it about a portion because of a boundary adjustment, correct?
Well, we could take it, yeah, but then we're only taking it on a portion of a lot. We could take it on the entirety of the lot, and so, but I think they'd not be expecting that. Taking a municipal reserve on a portion of a lot creates a lot of confusion in the future. It's not ideal. That's why I'm suggesting B or C, just defer it for the future or take it. And B, I think is very clean. We take it on the 9-acre business park district and defer it on everything else.
And the 9-acre is the new parcel
Yes.
that we're creating.
Yeah.
Whereas C is defer it on everything, so we wouldn't collect anything.
Yeah. So.
Okay, yeah, so my recommendation is B as the area councillor, but anybody else? Councillor Estes, I see you reaching.
Thank you to the chair. And I would, or did you give?
No,
me
go,
a motion?
I didn't give a
I would
motion,
give
no.
that motion.
You have a motion to approve subdivision with condition 13B.
Correct.
Okay. We have the motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. E4 Dykstra Southeast 231829 request for time extension, page 300. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. Council provided subdivision approval on September 24th, 2025. The applicants are missing some conditions and have sent a letter in requesting a time extension to September 24th, 2027. So 1 year from their expiry date. They've indicated they will expeditiously meet the remaining conditions and request your consideration for a 1-year time extension.
Thank you. Councillor McHugh.
Motion for 1 year time extension.
Okay, we have the motion. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. And E5 Stump Southeast 26212 request for subdivision, page 305. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. Council saw this application earlier on today, finalizing the bylaw. Now we're looking at the subdivision of a 9-acre country residential subdistrict A parcel. This is in Councillor Alger's division. We have a number of conditions still to impose at the subdivision stage, including road acquisition agreements and some engineering. And of course, we are looking for public reserve cash in lieu based on $19,610 per acre on 10% of the 9 acres and deferred on the 105.
Okay, Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No concerns. I'm always amazed at the difference in public reserve prices in my division from when you go 5 miles east of here. It's probably triples.
Yeah, but it's also the size.
Yeah.
It's a large parcel.
Yeah. Anyways, I have no concerns. We did second, third earlier, and I'm happy with the conditions, so I'll give you the motion for approval.
Okay, we have a motion for subdivision approval from Councillor Alger. Anybody else? What are you doing with the reserves? That would be one of the conditions.
Nine.
Yeah,
Condition number 9, page 307.
we're requesting municipal reserves on the new parcel and deferred on the balance.
Okay, we have motion for approval. All in favor? Motion carries. Now let's go to our emergent subdivision approving authority item E6. So that was a separate handout we had this morning. Nuno and Cherie scenario subdivision. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. This is another application that council saw previously as a land use application on March 4th, 2026, where you did refuse it. Your reasons indicated that the application did not adequately address the intent of the policy with respect to cumulative effects of the development and the suitability of lands for further development. The applicants have proceeded to make application for subdivision with the intent to appeal. As such case, we are looking for council's consideration of this subdivision application. And we have provided you with suggested conditions to refuse it, should you feel so inclined to do. And those are on your, we don't have page numbers on here. This is in Councillor Estes' division. This is just south of Highway 7, I think on 96th Street. Yeah. And it is a country residential parcel. So we have provided you with several conditions for consideration of refusal. Alternatively, if council approves it, that is your authority to do.
Okay, Councillor Estes?
Thank you to the chair, and yeah, looking this over again, my thoughts have not changed as far as the breakdown of this piece of property. I do have one question or query. If this decision were to be postponed, how long could we postpone it for?
Well, you don't have, you can postpone it as long as you'd like, but the applicants will proceed to appeal based on 20 days of making the development, the application of subdivision, and consider it a deemed approval. So you're.
20 days literally is how
Well,
long you can
ideally,
hold
yeah,
off on
and it's
making a
already
decision.
gone past 20 days. It's been circulating for 30.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'd sooner see this maybe divided in two, but I still don't see these pieces fitting in this locale and, basically on all the reasons we refused it the first time. So I'll look to my fellow council members for any other input.
Okay, anybody else? Councillor Alger?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was in favor of this at the public hearing and still aren't, but this is the route that they're choosing to go is appeal. So this is just a formality to get them to that point.
Oh.
Okay, anybody else or a motion? Councillor Kendall?
Oh, I think there's an area landowner letter that we should acknowledge as well. I apologize.
From Mr. Twist and Mr. Mills.
Yeah.
Mrs.
It's another appeal.
Councillor Kendall?
Another client of hers.
Yeah, I would give you the motion to refuse.
Okay, we have that motion to refuse. Anybody else? All in favor? Motion carries. We have an H1 letter from Friends of Foothills School Foundation, a request to attend for education golf tournament. Deputy Revol.
I would, having read the request and considered a great idea, I would make a motion to acknowledge the letter.
Okay, we have that motion to acknowledge. All in favor? Sorry, Councillor Alger, I didn't get you there.
Sorry, just wondering if that was within the subdivision or do we have to come out of subdivision
Oh.
and go to H?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's back up.
Point of clarity. Just point of clarity.
Alan made that motion.
Was that a motion to come out of subdivision?
Subdivision.
Thank you. All in favor?
Thank you.
Motion carries.
But you're doing great, all of you. So,
Now, where were we?
so this would be H1,
H1, Deputy Revol, you gave us a motion then to acknowledge.
the letter. Thank you.
Anybody else before I step on my toes again? All in favor? Motion carries. Minutes, any questions, comments, or emotion on minutes from last 2 weeks ago?
Happens.
Deputy Revol?
On item B3, we had an event, the Kenny March event, and the paragraph that we wrote for approval. Hang on, I got to get a copy. Okay. So B3, page 2 of the large format. The very last sentence, council, so in that we give approval and so on and so forth, and then council requests that affected county landowners be notified and that the event organizers look for an alternative route in Foothills County next year. I would suggest it could be anywhere that they look for an alternative route. So I just like to take out in Foothills County and delete that. I didn't want them to feel that they had to be confined to a certain location. And I think that's what I had stated. I think I stated to find an alternative route. I didn't say where.
Okay.
So if you're okay with it, I'd like to remove that from.
Okay, so is that a motion to approve the minutes with that?
Yes, unless there's other comments from anyone else.
I don't see anybody, so all in favor? Motion carries. And accounts. I guess we have 2 weeks worth of accounts today. I did have a look at the accounts from last week and I was in support of that. So I guess I would give that a motion to approve the accounts from July 1st. If anybody else had questions? All in favor? Motion carries. And accounts for today, July 8th. Any questions, comments, or a motion? Motion to approve the accounts from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. And let's do committee reports. I think we're a little bit in close, but let's do committee reports. First, Councillor Kendall, what do you got for committee reports today?
On the 25th, I had a brief Sheep River Library Board meeting. And I guess the races aren't really a committee report, but yeah, went to the races, Millerville races.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a library board meeting on the 25th of June. Not too much to report there. And then it's parade season, so we went to the Blackie Parade. Was quite a fun event. First Blackie Parade I was at, had the great breakfast and met a bunch of people, and it was a good time. That is all I got.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also thoroughly enjoyed the Blackie Parade and pancake breakfast, and thanks to the Blackie Lions and Foothills Fire that put that on, and probably some volunteers. And that's all I had. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. And follow that line of lots of events going on. Very exciting. And just thanks to all the volunteers making these great events happen. No official meetings, but also attended the July 1st Millerville races, the July 5th Parade Stampede breakfast. As I mentioned earlier, 650 people happily attended. And then also the Ann and Sandy Cross Conservation Area had a barbecue, which included volunteers, donors, and board. It was just a very well done and a pleasure to attend. Also had some work, not an official meeting, but work with the Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission. And I think I mentioned to you there was an event that is potential for council to attend on the 9th of July, just to repeat that. And that's everything for my reports. Thank you.
For myself, a couple items officially Airport Advisory Committee meeting. This was almost 2 weeks ago now. I'll look to the chair of that committee to provide most input, but just to comment in terms of capital projects at the airport. So we need to do a lot of work on the taxiways in terms of micro sealing or paving, as well as the main runway. I thought the micro surfacing we did a few years ago was sufficient for a number of years yet, but it's deemed by some that we need to be repaving that. So those two items is a pretty significant price tag. And then on top of that, there's the need for a taxiway to go all the way along the main runway, east to west. There's a taxiway on a portion of that right now, but the bulk of it does not have a taxiway. And so people taxi up and down the runway. It has worked sufficiently over the years. A few safety concerns, just the lay of the land doesn't provide as good a visibility. And as the airport becomes busier and busier, the safety concerns get more and more. So it's something we need to be dealing with. But again, building a taxiway is significant dollars. So we are looking at, a few million, as much as even $10 million worth of capital upgrades needed in the near term. And how that gets paid for is the big ticket. So as Manager Porter mentioned earlier today about applying for a grant on that. The other official ASB Provincial Committee. So just a number of things there. Had some time with Minister McDonald, Federal Minister of Ag, talked about the CFIA and the PMRA and the concerns there. That's really all the time we had. Attended the beef summit. That's kind of was the side to that. We had a beef summit at the Calgary Stampede on Monday. It was a great time meeting with all sorts of government officials and some not government, but beef industry people, producers and ABP and CCA, Western Stock Growers. I did get pulled to the side quite a bit by a few feedlot operators. Perhaps I'll comment more in closed. And did get a chance there to meet briefly with Minister Tara Sawyer, the new provincial Minister of Agriculture. Unofficially, ATEC, they, Better Transportation, had their Stampede reception Sunday evening. Not exactly what I expected. It's just a lot of hoorah. But I had a chance to meet with Devin Dreeshen, along with a couple of councillors from Okotoks. We talked to him about the number 2 and 338 overpass. The minister's comment was that construction budget is in plans for 2027. Which was exciting. I'm not sure exactly how that all fits because I'm not sure that they've got engineering or land purchases yet, but hopefully that does carry forward. Also talked to him about our 2A between High River and Alderside and the situations there. He was of the understanding that this was all taken care of and everything was good in terms of his department moving forward. So I did provide him a document and he did say, well, we need to meet this week about it. And he looked at his scheduler who was there with him. And so I reached out to him to tell you that happening. And I haven't heard back after 3 days. So I don't think the meeting is happening this week, but hopefully it will soon. Canada Day, lots of activities as with everybody else. Fieldhouse Stampede Breakfast at our Alderside Fieldhouse. Great day. I think perhaps the biggest crowd ever attended. Lots of stuff and the market vendors were very busy. That always keeps them happy. That's all I had for in open. Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I also was at the Foothills Regional Airport Advisory as chair, and as chair, it's very hard to make notes. So I'm in training. So yeah, in addition to what Reed Seward has added, we had a few discussions on leases, delinquent accounts, and ideas on how to rectify these situations. Also, okay, and then on June 26th, I had an SDAB hearing, and I was also at the Blackie Parade, which was thoroughly enjoyable, and the breakfast was awesome. Thank you.
Councillor McHugh.
Canada Day, July 1st, Blackie, ATEC, Monday, unofficially Old Time Ranchman's dinner last night. And I just mentioned that because the recipients were Lenora McLean, Lee McLean, and Todd Snodgrass. Thanks. That was for Range Persons of the Year.
That's exciting. Was there a Farm Family of the Ward event?
Oh, thanks, Rob. And BMO, whatever day that was. Farm Family Awards.
So who would we be congratulating as Farm Family of the Year for Foothills County this year?
Jeez, McWilliam family.
McWilliam family.
So maybe I was up late last night. Okay.
So congratulations to the McWilliam family and all their contributions to the community over the year. Thank you. CO Payne, committee reports. Something.
Yeah, just very quickly for council, I had a report this morning from Manager Jacobson that Foothills fiber internet service was turned on to the landfill this morning and everything is working well. And we have a large new customer there with the landfill, the commission. And then just wanted to wish council an excellent summer break. Do get in touch if anything comes up over this summer months. And also just to be aware that I have a couple of periods where I'll be heading out on vacation as well, but I'll send council a confidential email authorizing certain directors to take on the acting CAO role for those short periods of time. I'm not going anywhere far. I have my cell phone, so do feel free to give me a call if you need to. And that's all I have, Mr. Reeve.
Dr. Hemingway.
I wanted to report to council that the Big Rock Solar application seems to be finally put to bed. So there was a cost review completed, and the AUC has indicated that the proponent will pay us $44,742.14, which is 15% less than we asked for, in order to cover our costs of our legal fees as well as the engineering consultants that we had hired to undertake the application, the proceedings. Typical. So I just wanted to let council know that we should expect those funds, and while they will not certainly cover all the costs associated with this application, they cover a significant portion of them.
Thank you. Manager Barrett, any updates for us?
Just one quick one. I've been in contact with STARS regarding the logo unveiling event. We did do a doodle poll and we were looking at the 21st. I've given them that date and they've agreed that we could consolidate it with a visit to the base. They would like me to get an alternate date, maybe first part of October, just in case the 21st doesn't work for them. So I'll send out another poll if you don't mind having a look at that and sending it back to me in the next week.
21st of
September.
September 21st. Okay.
Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you. And I think we had a couple things in close. So I look for motion to go into closed from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. That concludes our agenda. I'd look for a motion to adjourn. From Counselor Kendall, all in favor? Motion carries. We'll see you back in August.